There we go. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Saturday, November 22, 2025, and this right here is the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM Daily Show. What is that about? TNAM, what's that mean? The new American media, because the old American media has failed you. Oh, look at this. We got a new logo. Let's put the new logo up on the screen. Some of my regulars were giving me grief. Rightfully so. For this logo up there. That was the best Grok could do several months ago. And now we'll change it to this. The TNAM Daily Show. That kind of works with Brian Engelman on the New American Media. Kind of works. We're trying out some new things here. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. This is the weekend edition. After today's program, we are going to do a marathon stream. We're going to play yesterday's show, which on yesterday's show was yesterday's show, and the show the day before that, and the day before that. So on today's show, we're going to get today's show, yesterday's show, the show before that, and then the show before that. We're talking marathon, people. We're going to talk marathon. Always thought it'd be an interesting idea to try this out and keep content broadcasting live during our program. I'm figuring this out. I'm a team of one. I've been super blessed to have collaborated with so many great people I couldn't even take the time to list. But EOD, end of the day, EOTD, it's me. I would be open to working with a team of people. I really would. I see the benefits of not having to do every single component on your own. Of course, with the right funding, you just hire that team and then you build your team, or you join a team. I'm open to both. Continuing to do what I do in a different package, different format, different timeline, because I do a lot of stuff. I do sports, I do music, I do current events, I do the news. But I'm learning this as we go, trying to improve, and we're opening up new revenue streams here at the bar. Grab a seat, belly on up. We're going to look at these TVs. Hang on, how does this go? There we go. We're going to look at the TVs up here, and we're going to talk about what's on the screens. We're going to rifle through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. We are the TNAM Trash Pandas, bunch of raccoons. Your daily scroll, your daily feed, your Instagram, your Facebook, your X, whatever it is that you use to scroll, there's a lot of rubbish, a lot of stuff you don't want to deal with inside of these trash cans. But we're here for it. We're going to rifle through the rubbish and separate the garbage from, all right, here's what's going on, or here's what we think is going on, or here's two people talking about it. And then when two people talk about it, you go, well, that makes sense on some levels, but not all. Or, no, I do disagree with that. It's like, yes, I agree. Also, I disagree on similar thing for, like, we're allowed to have a nuanced opinion. Hello, no team for you. What team? Did I say team? What team do I not have? Oh, yeah, just no team. I have no TNAM team. Well, I mean, I do. Like, John is the TNAM meme team. And I get, there's a collection of misfit pirates. Like John and you, Danette, and, all the regulars, David. And once again, go down the list. There's people that are here all the time. But yeah, it's no team for you. No soup for you. No team for you. But I'm here for it. I'm learning each and every day. Here at the bar, we do have the tip jars out. If anyone wants to chuck something in, let me put it up on the screen. The donation links at the bottom right here. You can sign up to be a Patreon member. It's one of the best ways to just be like, I like what they're up to. I got $5 or $10 a month to just support these people. It doesn't mean a lot to you, but it starts to mean a lot to me because they're Lego building blocks of the foundation for the funding. You know, we've discussed this at length on previous shows. I'm not going to say it now, but there's thousands of dollars of overhead and infrastructure that are just like the break-even costs of buying the software to stream to all these channels, to have X give us the key to unlock the ability to stream on X. That costs money. It's like it all costs. It's there. So Patreon is a great place to toss a Lego building block and go, yeah, I can put a Lego building block a month. That's easy. I got that. And some people are like, hey, I got way more money than I have time. I like what you're doing with your time. So here, I'll be $100 a month subscriber. We have $1,000 options. Like, you know, we're crowdfunded. So consider that on Patreon at the bottom of the screen. The New American Media is where you find it. Also, YouTube, Rumble. Find us on both channels. You can become a member, and that's the same as become a Patreon subscriber, whatever terms they use. You can once again sign up for $5 or $15 a month or something and just be like, I'm in. Rumble rants and super chats. A way to throw a quick $5 or $10 into the $20 into the tip jar. Appreciate all of you who have. And then also Venmo, Cash App. That's just my name, Brian Engelman. And PayPal, fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. That's the stuff scrolling at the bottom of the screen, making sure you know that the tip jars exist here at the bar. I am Brian, the bartender. We're going to talk about the things that are happening. So without further delay, let's launch today's episode of the T-Dam Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree show here on the New American Media.
Guide to the Truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
That's funny. For just 30 cents a day, you too can feed Nimbus. Yeah, I wish he was 30 cents a day. No soup for you. No team for you. All right, let's get into the news. Hit like, hit subscribe. Please share this show. Text the link to watch to a couple of your smart friends. Send it out on X or Facebook and be like, hey, we're rifling through the rubbish of the news. Join us. Word of mouth matters. All right, let's start with something that I found pretty funny. Zoran Mamdani. Does Mamdani think that President Trump is a fascist? Okay, I did share this story yesterday. I can't recall if I shared this one. I did share this one. But I'm going to yes, I did share this one. Where Justin Bieber found whatever. I'll just play it again. Let's set up the screen properly. Put the comments up on the screen as well. If you can hear Ben in the background, just singing the songs of his people. You give him treats, you give him brushes, and he's still singing the songs of his people. Thanks, Mr. Bean. All right, so this aspiring Los Angeles musician said he experienced an unforgettable moment when somebody pulled over to help after his car broke down.
When your car breaks down, and you've been trying so hard in life, it's just tough.
We'll be tripping, but I think Justin Bieber just stopped to help me.
I could be tripping, but I think Justin Bieber just stopped to help me.
I don't know. Are you Justin Bieber?
Yeah, what's up, bro? Justin.
I love you, bro. Can I hug
Love you too. Yes, sir, bro.
My bad.
I love you, bro. I love you.
I didn't know you was.
No, it's all good.
I was
What
already
happened?
recording. Do you really want to know?
Yes, bro.
Okay, so my life is bro.
Tell me, bro.
I swear, I'm gonna stop recording. My life is crazy.
When you're
And so I guess Justin Bieber prayed with him. And when you're trying to make it, sometimes you have people that meet you on your journey. And that's pretty cool. Hello, Lake Leon. Kenneth. Howdy, 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 howdy. Anyway, that was just a kind of a fun little moment. This moment here is, I sort of only went live today to just cover this. I just found it to be, it's interesting. It's very interesting. So the reporter says, "Are you affirming," speaking with Kami Mamdani, that you think Trump's a fascist? And it was an interesting look that he was in the Oval Office, and that's an intimidating place to go, an intimidating place to be. It's intimidating surroundings. It's very, oh crap, we're in the big time now. All eyes are on me. You're damn right, all eyes are on you. It was interesting that President Trump was sitting and Mamdani was standing.
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay.
Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Are you...
It's a little quiet. It's a little quiet, but or actually maybe it's quiet on my end. Let me turn the speakers up. Reporter, are you affirming that you think Trump's a fascist? Mamdani, I've spoken about blah, blah, blah. He's getting ready to give some long-winded political answer, no answer. And Trump slaps his arm. He goes, that's okay. You can just say yes. Bongino report here says, Mamdani is getting out-rizzed by the best to ever do it. Riz stands for charisma. Blondie says, notice how Mamdani becomes a beta when around Trump. I love it. I mean, he is a beta. He barks a little bit, but whatever. It was just very funny. It was just a very humorous, like, no, this is how you handle it. Just be blunt. Don't lie to me. Don't blow smoke. Say what's really on your mind. And it was interesting how he patted him on the arm after. President Trump has this ability of winning people over if you can spend a little bit of time with them. It's Bill Maher. Scott Adams has talked about this, but yeah, if you spend a little bit of time with Trump, like there's something that happens in that in that interaction.
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Are you...
He gives him the double pat. I mean, you can... I mean, like, he's like forcefully like, yeah, buddy, call me a fascist. Call me a fascist. Go ahead, I'm a fascist, right? Yeah, buddy, it's okay. Yeah, I'm a fascist, right? Here, let's do a handshake. Trump famously grabs the hand and pulls you in. You know, it's a little bit of a mafioso move, but it's kind of cool. It's kind of... I thought it was hilarious, and I wanted to share it with you. It cracked me up. All right, next. Oh, gosh, I go from smiling and laughing to this. Unfortunately, when you rifle through the rubbish, you deal with some difficult stories, and there's a few in the stack. So let me moderate my facial expressions because this one was tough. You don't hear a lot of these stories, and I hope there's not a lot of these stories, but I suspect, sadly, there may be more than you hear about. This British politician, he's calling attention on International Men's Day about shame and abuse. So here he is. It's important. TNAM Preparedness. That's one of my favorite groups on our Facebook. Who's following our Facebook page, by the way? I don't really do much on our Facebook page, and it doesn't really interact. Like, our audience doesn't find us through Restream. I don't even know what it's doing. It's weird because I can't. Oh, yeah, now I can. Yeah, 0 people from our Facebook feed have found us and clicked to link over. I don't know why Instagram, Meta, Facebook, why they're so terrible. I mean, we have spent so many years cultivating an audience over there, and they don't let people see our content. That's what we're up against, and that is why the crowdfunding is so important. Rumble Rants, Super Chats, Patreon, etc. But yeah, we have TNAM preparedness in this story right here. Man, which direction am I pointing? It's all inverted, so I got to make sure I'm pointing the right way. This story is part of being prepared and just protecting yourself. So it was important. Let's play it.
Breaking silence can mean those of us in privileged positions telling our stories. So here's mine. Around 10 years ago, I went on a night out in an unfamiliar city with a group of friends. I was very conscious not to overdo it because if I got separated from the group, I wanted to be able to find my way back to the hotel. I remember going to a few bars, having a good time, but then it's a complete blank, which is something that I've never experienced before or since. The next morning, I woke up with the worst headache I've ever had. The man I was sharing the hotel room with commented that he had a great night, but that I'd overdone it a bit and needed to be looked after. That didn't seem to tally with me being determined to pace myself, but I thought maybe I'd drunk too much and I just wanted to get home and sleep it off. What followed in the days after was constant text messages from this man.
So part of the story, the man I'm sharing a hotel room with. Well, we already have questions about that part. But I've shared hotel rooms with... Clip this out of context. With lots of men. You know, that's what the double room is invented for. People sleep on couches. I've shared Airbnbs. We did the whole convention circuit last year. We shared houses with people. People I knew, people I didn't know. People I had shared rooms with once or twice because you shared a room in either DC or Milwaukee or Chicago or, you know, people you get to know on the circuit when you do this for a living. Anyway, I just pointed out, like, you know, the man I was sharing a hotel room with, you go, okay. But this guy's sharing his story because and look, I've been a bartender for a while, so I've heard horror stories. I absolutely have.
Initially just asking if I was okay, but then repeatedly asking what I remembered and commenting that I was a great shag. Now that made me freeze because I had no recollection of getting back to the hotel, let alone anything else. And he'd repeatedly told me how out of it I'd been, so how could I have ever consented? It took me a few weeks to piece together my memories, the blanks, the text messages, this man's insistent tone. Obviously, I cut myself off from contact, but it took me a long time to admit, even to myself, that I was a victim of rape. I never felt able to report this and face the likely conclusion that months on from that night, there wasn't the tangible evidence to ever bring a charge, and I will probably always carry a bit of guilt around that. I found myself processing all of this with thoughts like, I count myself lucky that I was unconscious when it happened. But I want to say clearly today that no victim should ever feel that they have to put themselves in a hierarchy or feel any shame. It is the people who do this to another person who should feel shame. And I hope that we can foster an atmosphere where men have the courage to speak out about this and seek justice, even if it is a hard road. Breaking silence can mean...
Agreed. I just despise creeps. I can't stand them. People that would do stuff like this to other people. I guess something that gets conflated is a night out on the town and a good time. Maybe lowered inhibitions and doing the things that you're enjoying and wanting to do versus being taken advantage of. I guess some would say that's a fine line. I don't think so. I don't think so. If you're in the company of somebody that you're enjoying time with, and I guess I'm probably speaking for from my experience as a bartender. I haven't had a lot of single Brian has not really been out in the realm. I'm trying to figure out how to say this here. Most of my time behind a bar has happened while I was not looking to mingle, if you will. Definitely looking to mingle, like literally just mingle. Chit chat, having a good time, conversations, laughter, maybe some flirtatiousness, but like no legitimate attempt to like go for anything. But I've watched from the other side, and I've watched from the floor, from out in the universe. I've watched it happen. And it's a pretty obvious thing when you're out on a date and the date's going well and you're having a good time and you continue having a good time versus somebody becomes inebriated or somebody becomes sedated, drugged. You enter into a realm of abuse real quick, and it's not really shades of gray. It's pretty obvious. On light switches, you have a dimmer switch. You can kind of bring it down. You can maybe somewhere in the middle, bring it all the way up. But this is sort of a light switch where you go flick and it's on. You snap it down, snap, and it's off. Someone goes comatose and you still decide to go Bill Cosby and abusive. That's not cool, man. That's not cool. It ain't. But trying to paint having a good time and being out on dates and enjoying yourself and continuing to enjoy yourself as abusive. And I've heard some recent claims over the past 10 years and 20 years, maybe trying to redefine certain interactions. And it's like, no, it's pretty clear what abuse is. And abuse is different from maybe finding liquid courage or social lubrication to, want to get yourself out there and become amiable, flirtatious, looking to mingle, wink. I'm not a fan of trying to call consensual agreements something other than. So this guy giving his story, the thing came up with President Trump. Believe all women. You go, huh? Never. No. You don't believe all men. You don't believe all women. Are you out of your mind? Have you met men or women? No, you don't believe anybody. And you certainly don't weaponize unfounded accusations for personal or political gain. Sadly, that is what's been happening. Sometimes. So no, after the fact, or you regret having a great time that you had, or started off great and ended whatever. But like consensual agreements are still consensual agreements. So I guess there's a little bit of gray area, but not really. You just don't hear this story very often, and he's brave to say it. Josh Newberry, speaking at International Men's Day debate, he wants to stop the shame experienced by men who have been through similar situations. So kudos to him. Kudos. I think men are very underlooked in this universe right now. There's a lot of it's been an active campaign to shame men. DEI being everything is at the expense of, well, we need to get more women. Great. So we're going to actively stack the deck against men. You go, that's not what we were. Right. We need to get more Latino, Hispanic people at our workforce. Great. So we're going to hire less qualified white men. You go, no, you're not supposed. See, we need more. When you're trying to only focus on getting more of one thing, eventually you end up with the spot where you are discriminating against qualified people, and that's equally wrong. Whatever wrong you think you're trying to undo, you're creating more wrong, intentional wrong, bigotry, discrimination. So we've entered just sort of a strange place with men. Heard an interesting interview with Adam Carolla and Scott, was it Galloway? It's an interesting conversation about men. So check that one out. It's on YouTube. It's fairly one of Adam's most recent shows. Kenneth working on a night move. Kenneth, abuse is a Canadian bus. Abus. El autobús. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? ¿Dónde está sus zapatos? Zapatería? ¿Dónde está la zapatería? Abuse is a Canadian bus. Abuse. Abuse. Canada is the most brainwashed people I've ever met in my life. I pray for North America. Pray for us. I think there's music here.
Easier to groom a child because an adult always has.
I can't even watch this. But the people who are like aiming at Trump, they watch Joe Biden. Speaking of creepy. Ugh. I can't stand looking at these videos. I couldn't believe anybody would consider ever voting for this creep. I want to play what this person's saying, but they got me.
Articulate. They will engage in those behaviors with the child, and
the kids are like backing it. Like you can just, I feel it watching all of these. Time and time again. I mean, like you can feel the evil coming off of Joe Biden. Ugh. Anyway, I would play this, but I can't deal with the piano music. But Joe Biden's a creep. Well, anytime you want to talk about what's happening with the Epstein case, you go back to Biden and go, where's the justice for Biden? Him and his devious son. Anyway. Watch it. It's on our Instagram feed. I would play it for you, but I can't. All right, here on TNAM Preparedness, check this out. This dude allegedly walks in for a routine cleaning, and then he walks out a hero. So you're going to keep your eyes on the guy in the jeans down getting a dental cleaning. Oh, shoot, there's music. All right. So dudes burst in trying to rob the place, apparently. These people throw him on the floor, and they start digging in his pockets like he's got coupons to Costco. But they picked the wrong patient. My guy said, not today. So he's going through his pockets. Oh, and this guy's fighting. That's a bad idea. Both dudes were on the ground, held at gunpoint, saying, y'all done? Well, he was standing there like, y'all done? Because I still need my cleaning. I don't know if he actually used it, but anyway, you could be in any scenario on Earth and need to defend yourself. So keep something handy at all times. If you know that an EpiPen will save your life, wouldn't you carry an EpiPen around? We have a Second Amendment right that says the right of the people to keep and bear EpiPens shall not be infringed because it saves our lives. We don't have we can't like forcibly use it on somebody else, but like we can use it for our own needs to save our lives. That's why we have our Second Amendment, to keep and bear EpiPens. I really like that phrase. I need to remember to do that. That would make a good YouTube short. If I had a device ready where I could just click go and just make a YouTube short, I would do it right now. Second Amendment, EpiPen. So yeah, be prepared to defend yourself. There was an attack at a Christmas tree lighting. Just always be ready. You just got your teeth clean Thursday? I just got mine clean last week. I wonder how often, when they say you need to get work done, how often do you actually need it? And why do they keep trying to push fluoride? Is there any useful purpose to fluoride? Like, oh, it could recalcify, or it could what was the term they used? Oh yeah, an application of fluoride would really seal this up well. You're like, would it now? Show me the Carfax on that. All right, what is this? Kick Clips? I don't know what this is, but I'll follow it. No, it's a small account. I'll give it. Well, maybe I should. I like following small accounts. But this is, somebody gave me grief. You're following this account? I go, I don't even know who it is. Anyway. This is President Trump showing, what's his name? Bin Salman, the Saudi prince. Mohammed bin Salman, MBS. There we go. Trump's giving him the tour of the White House, and he stops to show his photograph of Joe Biden, former Vice President Joe Biden, on the wall.
Showing the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia the picture that he put up of Joe Biden. It's just a picture of the auto pen.
Taking questions from reporters. We anticipate both leaders will take questions. We will cover that live as it's coming up. Door here. Let's talk about just briefly.
He's showing.
Guys, we've never had a funnier president. Wow. Kenneth off the top rope. Fluoride leads to rug burns. Fluoride. Wow, Kenneth. There's a good joke there that could be worked in. That I like that. We can. Dom Luker, or Lecree, breaker of narrative, says breaking. Candace Owens just claims that the French presidential Macron family have paid to have her assassinated, and went on to claim an Israeli agent is in the conspiracy. Candace also announced that she was allegedly told by a high-ranking official in the French government that Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion's 13th Brigade, and that multiple governments were involved. I'll put in the comments. We don't know what's true or not, but we do appreciate Candace turning over every single stone on all of these topics for us to consider. That's it. Turn over rocks for consideration. All right, Bill Maher, take a listen to this.
Had an article.
What magazine? Was it Time?
It came out today.
Hang on. New York Magazine.
New York Magazine had an article. It came out today. It's called The Big Fail. Here's the quote that they had on the cover. Student achievement has fallen off a cliff, and neither Trump nor the pandemic is to blame. Why do we need the Department of Education if it has done such a shitty job? Kids don't come out of school. First of all, they can't read or do math anymore. And They don't know anything. I really do feel like the Democratic Party, this has been their portfolio for a long time, education.
Right.
Okay. So I feel like if they're going to get back in office, they have to own this issue a little. Because a lot of the states that are doing better now are like the southern states.
Really? Which one?
Mississippi.
Mississippi's getting better than Louisiana?
See, you're in a bubble.
I'm in a bubble.
You didn't get that story.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad Mississippi's doing better, and I hope Alabama.
New York Magazine had an article that came out today. It's called The Big
Fluoride. Take it easy. I think I want to play some drums today. I think after today's show, I'm going to play some drums. You know, maybe I should do, I don't know how to get the earbud sound and out so you can hear what I'm playing. I've thought about just setting it up and going on random playlist on Spotify, going on YouTube and just playing the drums for an hour. But I need you to hear what I'm hearing. So I need to like have a splitter and have another device that's playing it. I'm not sure how to do that. It seems like a hassle. And it's, once again, it's an idea where if I had a team, I'd go, hey, set that up so I can do the thing. Okay, cool. And it'll be set up and I just do it. But like me trying to figure out how to do it, I'm like, put it on the list. When I get rid of these other 999 issues, I'll get to that. Yeah, I do like the music. Bill Maher's right to point out the failures of our disgusting education system. Well, two of the most talked about people out there are these two.
Who knows?
Nick and Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is another reason why I wanted to go live and talk to you. Marjorie Taylor Greene is done. She's stepping aside. She had a change of energy where she went on The View. Is she going to take a job at The View? Is she can run for governor? Is she running for Senate? Is she running for president? Is she blackmailed? Is she bribed? Is she threatened? What is happening? Why is Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving? Why did Trump fight with her so much? And Massey and Rand Paul. Oh, yeah, David. When I hear that song, Slow Ride, it always reminds me of that movie, Dazed and Confused. All right, all right, all right. You know, Joe Biden says, you know what I love about high school girl? You know what Joe Biden says? You know what I love about elementary school kids? I keep getting older and they stay the same age. All right, all right, all right. Giggity. Yeah. Yeah. So I went from Matthew McConaughey to Quagmire to Beavis. Wow. Didn't have that on my bingo card for the day. Okay. Here's Nick Fuentes talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving her post.
Maybe they got something on her. Maybe she's afraid. Maybe they have blackmail on her. Maybe they have something, because she's not the first person to leave under mysterious circumstances. And she's also not the first person to leave under mysterious circumstances who became a problem for MAGA Inc. Matt Gaetz comes to mind. Matt Gaetz led the coup against Kevin McCarthy in September 2023.
And screw McCarthy for hiding the J6 footage.
When Matt Gaetz and the MAGA caucus shut down the government, Kevin McCarthy worked with the Democrats to open the government back up. So Matt Gaetz, with a single vote, initiated a vote of no confidence. Kevin McCarthy lost. He was overthrown and he was forced to resign. His own party took the speakership from him. Matt Gaetz led the charge. Kevin McCarthy resigned. After that, the Republican Party had it out for Matt Gaetz. They started to investigate him. They talked about releasing damning evidence about maybe past sexual or romantic relationships. There was talk that the blackmail would be dumped on him. And so he withdrew himself from consideration and then dropped out of Congress. Now he's at OAN, and it's kind of sad. And he's another one that's become a big Israel critic. Oh, well, thanks. Now that you're at OAN, now you want to criticize Israel. That's super helpful, bro. You were a congressman for years. You were well known. And now that you're on OAN, now you found the courage to talk about Israel. Profiles and courage. Thanks. Helpful. And it also reminds me of Madison Cawthorn.
I regret not approaching Madison Cawthorn in Milwaukee. He was right there. I wasn't super, he's a well put together human being. He's a good looking young man, suited up in a wheelchair. I knew it was him, but I didn't have a great time to go up to him, and he was in like groups, but I should have talked with him when he was right in front of me in Milwaukee. That was at the same location where we talked with Scott Pressler, Stephen Crowder's Louderworth Crowder CEO, Gerald A. Morgan Jr., and such. I do regret not talking with Madison Cawthorn.
Madison Cawthorn, same deal. Young guy, pro-Trump.
And he blew the whistle on the, and Marjorie with her swinging background, the allegations that she's very, the eyes wide shut parties that Madison Cawthorn was talking about, the orgies and all of these types of things that Madison Cawthorn talked about. Matt Gaetz and his proclivities. I mean, you think Bill Clinton, you think Matt Gaetz, you think Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's various versions of these stories and people that are suspected to have been doing things that are untoward, things that have been proven, things that have been rumored. There's all sorts of different levels of these things. And I'm not even entirely certain. We all know about Billy C. Although I did just share a story today that was claiming Israel had blackmail evidence of that they tapped the White House. Of course, everything, you could say. Israel did everything to everyone everywhere. And so blame them for everything always. Okay, I get it. But the very specific claim that Bill Clinton, President Clinton's White House was tapped and the Monica Lewinsky stuff was being used as blackmail against him to change policy. Which, if that's the case, you're a conquered nation if you're being run by anybody else. That could be if Russia's doing it. That could be if Israel's doing it. That could be if Mexico's doing it. That could be if England is doing it. It doesn't matter who's doing it. If anyone's working those angles successfully, Houston, you got a problem. You got a breach. You got a security breach. Deal with it. Fix this. Because you don't continue it. You don't allow it. But why was Epstein running for so long? Why was he up to what he was doing for so long? Why was it allowed to happen for so long? Why did the courts protect him? Why did legacy media, that reporter, I had the story. I was going to expose Jeffrey Epstein, and they said it wasn't important. And if you do, it's going to mess us up with Prince William and or Prince Andrew, and we're not going to get to Kate and whoever these royals are. Why was it protected for so long? Like everyone was in on it. What are the accusations about JP Morgan Chase? Is any of that true? I don't know. But my God, it stinks. But yeah, Madison Cawthorn.
MAGA, very conservative, loves the Roman Empire. He goes on a podcast and says, it's Sodom and Gomorrah in D.C. There's orgies and sex parties. What do? Primary challenger. They release all this blackmail on him.
Yep. Because you can't let the little secret out. Come on out to the party. Have a good time. By the way, have a drink that may or may not be spiked. President Trump doesn't drink. By the way. Kenneth.
It wasn't easy being green. Kenneth, it wasn't easy being green. Yeah.
Donat, how will you be playing the drums later like Matthew McConaughey? All right. Slow ride. Yeah. Gotta take it easy, bro. Yeah. All right. But I have been needing to play the drums and just I'm feeling the need to create music like you wouldn't even know. David says most of these people are traitors to the United States of America. Wake up, MAGA. I think I got something to say to you. I don't even know how the song goes something like that, right? Wake up, Maggie. I can't hit those notes. Human being. Yeah, now I'm a human going. Oh, little Rudiger. His name is Bart. Whatever. Little Rudiger. Kenneth, I appreciate your constant Simpsons drops. A human going. Anybody else catch that joke? I don't know. Danette says Bill Clinton should have pulled out the... Well, he could have stopped it. Bill Clinton should have pulled out. Bill Clinton should have pulled out the boss card and told everyone himself he did it. Well, he did eventually. Oh, and you could see the smoke coming out of Hillary's ears.
He loses the primary.
Madison Cawthorn lost the primary because he exposed the trap.
And now I think he's mounting a campaign.
And you don't think lobbyists are all over Washington throwing the parties and getting you on camera, getting you on audio, kind of just gathering info and intel on you to be used against you at a later point? I guarantee you that's happening to some degree. I'm not going to tell you how I know. But I do know.
I saw him on Fresh and Fit the other night, so that's great. So Madison Cawthorn, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Greene all have met the same fate. I imagine she was either threatened or blackmailed. And I
think it reset. Marjorie Taylor Greene stepping aside. All right, here's Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson with the word aside on the screen.
Aside. I wonder if by continuing to lie, they aren't about everything. They're driving all of us a little crazy.
Well, this is why your faith is the most important thing. Because for those of us that are Christians, it doesn't drive you crazy. You actually see what's going on, which is that we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities and darkness and spirits, that there's a spiritual war here. And you're right, Tucker. I find people in this space that are not anchored to faith.
Agree or disagree? At the core of what we're going through right now, agree or disagree? At the core of what we're going through, we're dealing with a spiritual war. Agree or disagree? Type it in the comments. By the way, special programming note, we're going to be live on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be delivering to you Strictly Football with myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. That's going to be this Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern, talking about the upcoming week in football for Turkey Week. Have you done any shopping for Turkey Day? Are you cooking at home or going away? Another question of the day. Type it in the comments. Are you going to a family thing? Are you going out? Are you getting food and having it brought home? What is your game plan for Turkey Day? Type us in the comments. Strictly Football this Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. And of course, check out our Thursday show. It's on a podcast. The podcast you can find, not that one, it's this one, The Unhappy Hour Sports Show. You can find that podcast. We have a standalone YouTube channel for that. If you're not following The Unhappy Hour on our YouTube channel, just give us a subscription and click for notifications. It boosts the algorithm. Maybe watch a video over there just for fun. All of you, I mean, look, you're all super important, playing whatever role you're playing, all the regulars that hang out with me in this bar. Anything you can do to assist, whether it's chucking a 20 in the collection plate or letting some videos play or sharing the show or inviting a friend, it all matters. They're all Lego building blocks of the foundation. Thank you, everyone, for real. But yeah, is it a spiritual war? Well, Kenneth had to notate it was 1:11. Well done. That was a minute ago. I did take note of 11:11, and you blink and 2 hours pass. Okay, here's another question of the day. By the way, like, I'm asking this so that we can have some engagement, so that we can have some back and forth conversation. And it's not just for the live viewer. This is going to be for the future viewer that didn't catch it live. They're not in the comments yet. They haven't become a regular yet. And you can become a regular later. Please do. Your comments, it's great. This is like taking calls. I love it. It gives me more to talk about. Yeah, it's always appreciated. But yeah, I want that engagement, and I want your thoughts. And then I want people to come in, even if they were live and the show's on, and or you find the show and somebody comments on it. Comment back. Keep the conversation going on the YouTube channel. That shows the algorithm that conversations are being sparked. We're fighting an uphill battle to try to regain a little bit of neutrality from the algorithm that's been set up so specifically to keep us from succeeding. I know it, you know it. I know it, you know it. The American people know it. But yes, I digress. Kenneth says, did the famous Monica dress ever get auctioned off? I mean, it was painted. You know, Jeffrey Epstein, like I played on yesterday's show where Joe Rogan talks about when you'd walk in the door at Jeffrey Epstein's place, it's a big picture of Bill Clinton on the wall wearing Monica Lewinsky's dress pointing because it's saying, I gotcha. That's why the Hunter Biden laptop was relevant, because it showed all the bribery, the blackmail, the deviancy, the corruption. When you got all that criminality, the accusations of hundreds and hundreds of crimes, I believe, you put somebody into office that can be that controlled because they're that reckless, that's a national security threat. And the deep state said, nope, we have to protect that because we can only allow someone in here that's compromised because we call the shots, not you. That's the deep state. People used to look at Trump saying, oh, why is he so obsessed with the border wall? It's not even that big of a deal. Yeah, it's worse. It's not that big of a deal. It's way worse. In the last term of Obama, Biden, Harris, like they made it so much worse. An absolute travesty. That's what the deep state is. Oh, the fake news. Oh, come on. There's no fake news. You just don't like it because they're telling the truth about you. No. The news is effing fake. It's not just fake. It's effing fake. Look at me editing, self-censoring a word. First time for everything. All right. Giggity, giggity. Fake news is way worse than you realized. The border, way worse than you realized. Are you starting to get it yet? The deep state. Oh, there's no deep state. Trump, he just doesn't like the American people. He's just doing so many illegal things. Of course he's getting blocked by the courts and by the Democrats and the rhinos. And of course he's getting sued and trying to throw him in jail because he's bad. No. They're framing the F out of him. That's the deep state. They're coming after all of us if we don't stop it. And this is the only chance we've had in our lifetimes to give it a solid push, to grab the Overton window and smash it 99 yards downfield to their 1 yard line. Maybe punch it in for a touchdown and arrest the cabal, rip them out by the root. And try to just have a decent government that stays out of your hair, collects a little bit of money, does a little bit of things, but it's not absolutely robbing us blind through inflation, the printing of the digitizing, the quantitative easing of trillions of dollars. Poof, and it's gone. What's that from? And it's gone. What? And it's gone. Type that in the comments if you know the pop culture reference. 3, 2, 1. South Park, the Margaritaville episode. Yeah, thanks a lot for investing with us in this bank here. All right, we're just going to go ahead and take that deposit, put it into us James' account, really make that money work for you, and it's gone. Huh? And it's gone. So I don't know if the dress was ever auctioned off. David, we need to hear about military tribunals, which could be done in a few days and not dragged out like civilian trials. Kenneth says, yes, he agrees it's a spiritual war. David, it's a spiritual war. Danette says, absolutely, it's a spiritual war, and that's why I've been saying there's always more to these stories. It's not just about immigration or food stamps. There's layers on layers and layers of incorporated attacks that are only shown at the surface level. You're right. And you reach a certain point and you realize everything's scrambled together. The eggs are scrambled. Yeah, you chopped up some peppers, some onions, some bacon bits. You got some onions. Did I say no? Peppers. Did I say peppers? Cheese, salt, pepper, hot sauce. You're just mixing it up, whisking it up. Once it's scrambled, it's scrambled. You can't undo it. It's all just the ingredients are mixed together. Put a little bit of cream or half and half or some milk or even some water to fluff up the eggs. David's a Canadian, so it's not Thanksgiving. It's football watching day. Kenneth is a regular. Thanks, coffee. A regular, not irregular. It's Abby. Abby normal. What's that from? 3, 2, 1. Type it. Bride of Frankenstein. Oh, I do have mugs. I don't have the one in my hand, but New American Media mugs. If anyone wants one, shoot me a $40 donation and your address, and I will send it over to you. Get it in the mail Monday morning. Kenneth, that dress had an Epstein. David, what happened to Vince Foster? We know. And if you don't know, now you know. Yeah, Vince Foster. Allegations that he was having an affair with Hillary Clinton. Super, super, super suspicious. Offing. They claimed he did it to himself. Did he now? Man, my nose is itching. Does that mean somebody's writing a haiku about me? How does that work? If your nose itches, it's right there. I don't want to go digging for gold. You gotta tickle. It's tough to get around. Yeah, by the way, I got a few more stories and then a few more, but like today's an Ask Me Anything day. Ask some questions. I want legitimate questions. I know we could all try to come up with the goofiest question, but legitimately, shoot me some interesting questions, random questions, and I'll try to give some rapid fire answers to random questions. Here's a new segment called Rapid Fire Answers to Random Questions. Hey, Jamie, can you jot down that I want to make that a regular segment? Give me like a stinger, like something, a little 3, 4, 5 second thing that's like rapid reaction to random questions. Thanks, Jamie. By the way, there's no Jamie. I'm Jamie. Do you think President Trump is also not controlled? They allowed him in there. They put Kamala up as a decoy. Well, I don't know that Kamala was a decoy. Biden was a decoy. Nobody liked Biden. Nobody. In fact, Biden and Kamala, they were the worst. They were the least likable people in the DNC primaries, the Democrat primaries. People hated them. Nobody liked them. They were both puppets. There's no debate in the Democrat Party. They rig all of their elections, many of their recent elections. Nobody voted for Kamala. She was installed. She wouldn't have won a popularity contest. Bernie Sanders would have. Bobby Kennedy Jr. would have. No, Kamala Harris. No way. But yeah, I mean, a decoy. They just thought they could put any puppet up. They put a Weekend at Bernie's up that overthrew the White House and seized control 4 years ago. They had Weekend at Bernie's marionette puppet stumbling around like C-3PO, sniffing and touching and creeping. They sort of got away with that. Lord willing, the grand conspiracy will unravel. Yep, you got it, Kenneth. Young Frankenstein. Have I ever seen a UFO? Okay, hold on. Let's do all the questions. What sort of tickle? It's like right here on the, I don't know. It's a type of itch that feels like you could never satiate. I don't know why. Someone's writing a haiku about me. I know it. Please feel free to write a haiku about me in the comment section. Kenneth asking random questions. Rapid fire answers for random questions. Do you own sheep? I do not. I would like to own some rabbits. Chickens. I would love to have some farmage. Absolutely. Have I ever seen a UFO? I have. I was in Taos, New Mexico, in the foothills of the Sangre de Cristos Mountains at the Greater World Earthship community, building off-the-grid, self-sustainable homes out of rubbish. Geothermal technology, capturing the water from the sky, filtering said water into 5,000 and 10,000 gallon cisterns that could provide you your water, slowly released over time in the arid desert landscape of sand and nothingness. Filter your water 4 times, and by the time it goes out into your leach field, you can then grow shrubs and plants and bushes and gardens with your own wastewater. You filter it and it sifts through into the ground, the water table. I was out at the fire pit area and I heard like a rumbling and something, and it came across the mountain range, and it was a circle. And it came fast. Almost by the time I heard it and then located it. Then it's like, oh, what is that? And it was over my head. I'm like, man, that moved and it was already on the horizon. It was odd. It was so fast. It's unidentified because, one, I'm not an aviation guy. I wouldn't know what I saw because I don't know how to identify the things in the sky, number one. Number two, I don't recall ever seeing something move that fast. And in those desolate desert areas like Taos, New Mexico. By the way, Taos being the longest continually inhabited location in America. Area 51, New Mexico, like there's Roswell, the testing grounds for nuclear warheads. It's just an area that you test stuff anyway, that general American Southwest region. So I saw something that I couldn't identify. I don't know if it was alien, but I saw something, yes. Have I ever changed a tire? I tried to change a tire in Columbus, Ohio once, and the car rolled off of the jack, and the jack broke the fuel line. That was a bad day. I thought I had it under control. The ground was a little uneven, or the car was... I needed a parking brake, or there was rear-wheel drive, and I couldn't have done that. I don't know. I don't know what I did wrong, but it rolled off the jack. I thought I had it under control, and I screwed up. So I've had AAA for 15 years, but I used to work at a mechanic shop, and we got all the police impound tows. So I've done some stuff. I'm trying to think, has there ever been a time I've like taken a tire off and put a tire on? I mean, like they have the spinning device and you pop that thing in and it'll unseat the tire from the rim. There's a lot of nuance to it. I kind of don't want to mess it up, and having busted a fuel line before, I kind of don't mess with it. So it's a long way to say kind of, sort of, no, but yeah, I have. Dinette clarifying. My point, Kamala was installed, so we would choose Trump. Oh, if we had Bernie, it would have been a fair election. I mean, I don't know that Bernie was really palatable. I mean, he's way more legitimately more popular than any of these other Democrat clowns. They just don't let him get any oxygen because he's not controllable. It's all a money laundering scheme from that party, it seems. Did the UFO have its way with you? Not that I'm aware of. David, I've seen the same things, but 3 spheres moving together in speeds and ways that defy any sense of reality. Yeah, multiple orbs at the same time dancing around each other. Danette says, when I'm in Taos, I can hear the humming like a power plant. Really? Over at Bell Rock, I charged up a crystal there. It's in my downstairs office. Have I ever gapped a plug? Well, I mean, that's where I would make a Madison Cawthorn, Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene joke, right? If I ever gapped a plug. Yes. I remember working behind the counter and some guy came in. He's like, oh, I got a flat. I'm like, the guys are out. Like the shop's closed down. I'm sorry. He's like, yeah, but you have the stuff here. You could do it. I go, I don't know how. He goes, look, I'll take it off the thing. Can you put it up on the machine? Can we drop it in water? Can we identify where it's at? And can we use he goes, I'll pay you for it. And he tipped me a lot. Maybe he tipped me $100 or something. But yeah, found the plug, put the gooey little tar thing in, you pop it in, you spin it 90 degrees, 45 degrees, you give it a quarter turn. Maybe it's a quarter turn, maybe it's a half turn, somewhere in between. And then you rip it out and that should seal it. And then you take the razor blade and you cut it down so that it wears down. Yes, I have gapped a plug. I love these random questions. I need to finish the news and just do questions. Ever have a DMT trip? No. Although I did tip a bartender too much in Cancun, Mexico, and I danced for about 7 hours, and I don't dance. So I don't know what that was. David's watched the sky light up in the middle of nowhere and flicker like a light and then turn off like nothing happened. Yeah, I see that a lot. Heat lightning is what they call it, at least in some cases. I don't know what temperature is like in your case. Danette says, but you just made my point that they only allow people who are controllable. Thus, Trump is also a puppet. Note, they tried to explode Trump. They tried to Charlie Kirk Trump in Butler. They can't control him. They don't like what he's doing, both Republicans and Democrats, because they're in on it. They're like, hey, it's wrestling. It's kayfabe. I'll pretend to be the bad guy. You pretend to be the good guy. Let's just fight, but we'll take all the money behind the scenes and we'll split it up. Okay, cool. That's what Chauncey Billups was doing at his rigged poker games. They were robbing all the people that showed up, and then he got his cut afterward. So no, I don't think that they would try to Charlie Kirk President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, and on the golf course if he was controllable. It's possible that he's the only human in history, in American history, that would have been able to stand up to all this and say, I don't just have F you money. I got F me money. I don't need you. I'm not scared of you. There's nothing you can do to me. I have no shame. I'm a comic. This shit rolls off my back. Bring it. It's like an undefeatable force, potentially. Or you're right. The other option is he is a controlled puppet. Perhaps. This whole episode lasts for about 5 to 10 minutes. What episode lasts for 5 to 10 minutes? Kenneth, have you ever seen the rain? I want to know. Have you ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day? Bum, 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 bum. David, it was pitch black driving on a 2-lane highway in the bush about 4 hours northeast. Yeah, there's a lot over Lake Erie. A lot of reports out of Cleveland as well. Not too far from you. What about, I'll get a little microdose. Well, I was dosed as a kid. I was a Ritalin kid. Hyperactive. Attention deficit disorder. Also, learning enrichment accelerated program. I was a smart kid on meth. So, I mean, that's like microdosing. It's methamphetamines, essentially, right? Similar to it. Oh, you saw all those lights that looked like a forest fire started. Gotcha. All right. Back to the people who are in this political battle who are not anchored to faith. Is it a spiritual battle or just a political battle? It's a spiritual battle.
Anchored to Jesus, they do lose their mind because there is no rational or reasonable explanation for what the country is doing to itself or what we are experiencing. But if you then see and you know that there is a God and we are not him, that there is an entire dimension of angels and demons and spirits that are constantly struggling around us, and that there is a supernatural dimension, as you mentioned, all of a sudden, that does then make sense. It does not make any rational sense to shut down your schools so you could sacrifice the kids so the elderly can live. That makes no sense whatsoever. It makes no sense whatsoever to keep your marijuana dispensaries open and your alcohol shops open, but the church non-essential. Only a demonic enterprise would do such a thing. Only a demonic enterprise would say that Easter and Pentecost are non-essential, but race rioting and burning down a Wendy's is essential activity. And Tucker, you talk about this a lot. For those of us that know the truth, we know that our God is a God of order and distinction. What is the first thing that God did? In the Hebrew scriptures it says, well, and also our scripture in the original Genesis, Bereshit, which is in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and then he separated and he made sense, he made order out of chaos. Our God is a God of order, and order only comes with distinctions, and distinctions are necessary. Think about all the distinctions that God set up in the first 6 books of Genesis that are currently under attack. The distinction between male and female.
I can't believe we're at that point, but yeah, it sort of starts with that. 2 + 2 is 5.
The distinction between man and nature. The distinction between the holy and the profane. The distinction between good and evil. The distinction between infant and adult. These distinctions have always been what
that's the Bidening.
Western civilization were built upon. But it is Satan's goal to blur and eventually destroy those distinctions. Because those distinctions of which we get order, and if you do not have that order, then you have the closest thing to satanic chaos here. Yes,
well said. Ever burn an ant with a magnifying glass? I recalled hanging out with my neighbor and the activity was happening. Do I recall doing it personally? Maybe? I remember one day, I don't typically enjoy harming living creatures for sport or for fun. Although I do appreciate meat and the whole cycle of things. Have I ever been mellow? Am I unmellow? Does Nimbus know things? Nimbus has been my Nimbus, what have you been? You've been my familiar for a long time, right? Isn't that what you've been, my familiar? I had a nose kiss. Oh, you missed that tender moment. Here. Oh, I can't spin it. Can I spin it? Nimbus, can I get a nose kiss? Thank you. We touch noses. That's as far as we go. But it's an endearing thing. It's like, you know, because cats, like, that's where they have their scent glands and they'll rub on things, like put their scent there. And if you put your nose on there, it's just like, hey, buddy, I love you. It's our little language. I think Nimbus does know things. Birthmarks. I don't know. I think I used to. Yeah, I got a little bit on the arm. A little bit on my forearm. All these random questions. Great. Baker acted? Baker acted. What's Baker acted? Okay, let's keep moving.
They know.
Laura Logan talking about an election. Oh, good. Under duress. I have to tell you on the screen here. For countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views.
Were they?
This is former CIA. There's no such thing as former CIA. Can we normalize? Okay, hang on. I'm going to type this in the comments. Just like there is no former Marine, can we please stop saying former CIA? They are lifers. No, Pierre, let's not step on the computer, sir. You want to sit here? You can sit here. Okay, now you can jump down. But you can't sit on my computer. Okay, that's the comment I'm leaving. It's a good comment. All right, so this is former CIA operations officer Gary Berntson. Not Bernstein, Berntson. And author Ralph Pizzulo explained the strategy. You don't flip the big blue cities. You shave votes in the places that no one ever audits. They describe teams of statisticians, mathematicians, and hackers who map out every county, identify where margins can be quietly adjusted, and use different techniques in each location so nothing matches in a recount. When a 70-30 county becomes 68-32, everyone shrugs. But across an entire state, those tiny shifts can decide outcomes. According to Berntson and Pizzulo, America's enemies, foreign and domestic, know exactly how to exploit these weaknesses and avoid the evidence is sitting in plain sight. This is Laura Logan, episode 45. Laura Logan licensed some of our J6 footage, so we like hearing what she has to say.
It can find the dead people that they need to get certain votes. They plan this, as Gary said before.
It's meticulous.
It's meticulous. These guys are experts at this. It's not just a few guys in a back room. You're talking about hundreds of statisticians and engineers, and they work it, for a year.
And mathematicians and hackers.
Right.
We had a map out of Colorado when we were talking to our engineers, the guys that designed it and stole the elections. And we looked at it and we said, look, it's Denver here and Colorado Springs, all the Democrats, they said, and they looked at us in pity,
Yeah.
Like, here's something. They said, no, we just go to every one place where Trump wins 70-30 and he's winning 68, or we shave, and every other place we don't go near a Democratic place, because when they want to do recounts, they're going to go to the Democratic places. They don't realize we shaved in every other committee. We know every other county. We know how to do this. And then in each of those things where they shave with a different technique in each one of those. So if you found something in one county, there's no continuity around the state that way.
So this is why the Republicans are so much at fault, because they have the power and the ability to show in their areas they can allow access to the machines, they can allow access to the source code, they can allow the...
But they thought we just won by 35%. Okay, we didn't win by 38. Yeah. We won by 35, so no one's going to call to... They should have, right?
Because everyone says, well, we expected the Republicans to win by a majority. Well, it was a little less than we thought it was going to be, but they still won, so, no harm, no foul. But the evidence of the fraud is right there, and they could show it.
They never looked at it.
Oh, really? Can we please run the full forensic audits everywhere? All right. So as we are talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, President Trump, Epstein, all these things, room goes silent as a reporter unloads Epstein and Clinton secrets on live TV. This may not be from this week. I think I've played this in the past a couple months ago, but it's very relevant today.
Another question for you is, so over the weekend, President Trump...
Okay, over the weekend. Hold on. Kenneth, you're so weird with your questions. Brian, ask Kenneth some questions. No, you ask him some questions. I'm trying to finish the show here. This is the Saturday show. I'm supposed to be fast, but I start talking to you guys and I triple my show length, which is great. Coke or Diet Coke? Neither. I really like Spindrift. It's just carbonated water with a hint of just fruit juice. No chemicals, no bullshit. Just a hint of fruit juice and sparkling water. That's what I prefer. If I do get a drink, I'll usually convince myself that aspartame is better than high fructose corn syrup. I don't know which is worse. I'll usually go Diet Coke. But there are some Cokes with real sugar and Pepsis with real sugar. I suppose if I had to pick between a beverage with real sugar and high fructose corn syrup, or what's the other one? Aspartame. I'd probably pick real sugar. I try not to have a lot of that stuff. The short answer is I try not to. I used to drink a lot of diet stuff. Get the cubes of Diet Mountain Dew. I sort of did enjoy that, but I've gotten away from it. Any ink? No ink. I am inkless. I guess that's a rare thing. Do black copters fly over your head often? No, but I did figure out a way. To call the police and get black helicopters or police helicopters. We call them the pork chop to fly overhead. I've called in the helicopters several times in Los Angeles. You don't want to do it over a lot, and you don't want to overdo it. I don't know what a plumper is, but I'm scared to ask. Do I wear Crocs in Walmart? I have never worn Crocs. Oh my God, butter or margarine? Okay, here's something. Ink free since 93? What? What happened in 92? I've sort of addicted to butter, grass-fed organic butter right now. The Kerrygold salted butter. Oh. What I like is cut a little piece off and put it on a rice cake. Take a bite. It's like having buttered popcorn without making popcorn and without getting little kernels stuck in your teeth. See, I'm sort of, all in on butter. I'm trying to like dial back the butter a little bit. I gotta be a little careful. But I think real food like meat, red meat, chicken, real protein, real vegetables, organic vegetables, and butter, just basic ingredients. I think that's all we're supposed to be eating. I try to avoid any of the other stuff. Tango or cash? Huh. Cash. By the way, we have Rumble Rants and Super Chats. That was a good segue. I like that. Okay, here's the reporter talking about Epstein and Clinton.
Posted Truth Social a video highlighting what most people call the Clinton body count, which is the strange number of suicides that seem to happen in Clinton circles.
And remember, we're talking about Vince Foster in the comments. This is not a unknown phenomena over the past 35 years.
I have a headline here from the Washington Post that said, Trump peddles false conspiracy theories tying the Clintons to several deaths. So I just wanted to highlight real quick, this wasn't in Trump's video, but this is from the Arkansas Times. And it's the death of Mark Middleton, who was a former Clinton White House aide, who was found dead on a Clinton Foundation property. And I'll just quote from the Arkansas Times. Middleton apparently shot himself in the chest with a shotgun and also hung himself from a tree with an extension cord. So I have no idea how somebody commits suicide that way, but if the Washington Post is here, maybe you can enlighten us as to how that was actually a suicide. So anyways, that's just a lead into my question about the most famous Clinton-related.
My question is on the economy. Councilman Les Winan, I think you ought to do more thinking and less whining.
Suicide, which is that of Jeffrey Epstein. There's still a lot of questions around that case. You've released phase 1 of the Epstein files. What was missing from that is any connection to his ties to intelligence agencies, and that's really the whole story. That not just trafficking young girls, but doing it on behalf of intelligence agencies, and even potentially as part of a blackmail ring with potential ties to the Israeli government. So for phase 2, when can we expect it? Will it have information pertaining to those aspects of the Epstein case?
I know the Attorney General has committed to releasing those files. I would defer you to the Department of Justice on her.
Another question for you is,
there you go. I mean, wait, what sounds unhealthy? Eating real food? Or just eating a lot of butter? No, I'm talking about like eating whole food, real ingredients. Cagney or Lacey? Cagney's got a cooler name. I don't know that I've ever watched Cagney and Lacey. Tango and Cash? I don't remember ever watching Tango and Cash either. Pepsi or Coke? Like I said, I don't drink a lot of it either way. If it's there and I'm in the mood, I'll whatever. Maybe Coke? I mean, 90s, it was all Pepsi. Everybody was a Pepsi in the 90s. Cream or sugar? I've learned to drink my coffee black. I had a friend that was like, no, see, the thing about coffee is if you learn to like it black, you're never going to be disappointed if you're out of milk, you're out of sugar, blah, 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 blah. Just drink it black, and it'll always be good, and it'll always be coffee. I used to love all those flavorings, all those creamers. I can't even tell you how many creamers I would go get at the store when I was in college. I didn't really understand anything about the garbage ingredients in this stuff, but I loved it. Oh, yeah, please check out the new logo. Can I put this on the screen large? How do I put this large? Let me go recents. Image. You would be amazed how many prompts I need to provide Grok to get a decent image. Yeah, you guys were busting my chops about the image being... I mean, because really, it does suck. I get it. I just kind of don't care. This was the old image. Well, in a different format. Just kind of blurry. Some of the words are blurry. I kind of like the city in the background. Yeah, this is kind of clean. The TNAM Daily Show with Brian Engelman on the New American Media. That's crisp. Sort of gets the point across, right? That's decent. What do you guys think? Is this decent? Do you like it? Do you like it? Do you love it? Do you want some more of it? 1 to 10. Where do you rank this? Is it 5? It's okay. How do you feel about the NAM, the TNAM? Like they're kind of like linked together. Makes it a little tougher to read, but you can still read it. Because on this one, it's big in the middle. The full screen image is whatever, but then look at it in the top corner. It's readable. But what do you think? Rank this new thumbnail image 1 to 10 and tell me what you think. Why do you like it so much, or what do you really not enjoy about it? I'm curious to get your thoughts. Yeah, you guys were busting my chop. I had to ask Grok over, and I'm swearing at Grok, and I'm yelling at Grok. I'm threatening Elon. I'm like, how could Elon possibly think you're doing a good job, Grok? Every time I bop. You don't think all the butter's good for me? Well, organic grass-fed beef and organic grass-fed butter is what you want. Just simple ingredients. You don't eat a couple apples, couple oranges, some ground beef, some steak, some chicken, you don't need a lot. But yeah, butter, I've been enjoying the butter. And olive oil. Clean ingredients. All right, let's keep going. Epstein file reminder. Oh boy, here's another male survivor. Guess there's a sub theme for today's show.
I was trafficked by the former Abercrombie & Fitch CEO and
by the way, I don't know his story. I don't know if that can be confirmed. I don't know anything about this Barrett Paul. Not following him. He's got 702,000. All right, I throw around follows like crazy. It costs nothing. Just because you follow someone doesn't mean you endorse opinions or agree with anything they have to say. It just means you follow them.
a web of people who are still able to do this because people continue to act like they care, but don't actually care. Regarding the Epstein files, I need you to please listen to me and listen to me for the entirety of this. Save this, share this, help me get this out there because this is important. Men and boys are absolutely included in all of this. Many of you know my story. Many people still don't know the story because it has been pushed down over and over because people don't like to understand that men and boys have always been victims in all of this as well.
Yeah.
The person behind Abercrombie & Fitch at the height of it all, former CEO who I'm talking about, and I refuse to say his name on here because he does not get to take up space in my world anymore. The person who enabled him from the beginning was Les Wexner. Les Wexner is also the person who enabled, from the beginning, Jeffrey Epstein. As you connect more of these dots, you realize that this has been going on for a very long time, and it's still going on to some capacity because these industries, like the modeling industry, are predatory and they are a front for so many other things that are not what the world wants to know. I want to speak directly to survivors right now. Please take care of yourself. The world is using this as fodder. A lot of people that don't actually care about this are now going to use this to get engagement, to get likes, to get follows. And I'm grateful that noise is being made, but it's so sad because we've known this for so long. And if people just believe survivors, we wouldn't be in this position to begin with. Please take care of yourself, turn these things off. Don't engage with the people who are not actually coming at this with sensitivity and nuance and looking to actually help push this conversation forward so that justice can actually be had. What we're fighting is a system that was built by predators for predators. It's soul-sucking and it's gaslighting and it makes you feel crazy. The truth is that we are going to see change and we are going to find justice in different ways, and it's going to take a really long time. Since my story came public in 2023, there's still so many logistical things that haven't gotten to actually happen because they know how to work the system. They know how to make themselves look like a victim themselves. It's just meant to make you feel crazy. And that's why people end up in really hard positions, and it takes a really strong person to go through this and come out on the other side okay. And I'm so grateful to this love army for being in this with me and knowing that you have helped get this to where it is, that you have helped make this story even bigger, and that we're going to keep getting more people to understand that men and boys are a part of this conversation and always have been. Please help these different pieces of the puzzle, my story. Please help more people hear about it because it helps us and it protects us in so many ways as well. If you're new here, I'd like to welcome you to our love army. Much love, y'all. I was trafficked.
So this stuff is important, and I appreciate, Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene going hard at this. If someone was behind this abuse and they were just using it for political power and they thought that this was acceptable, it's not acceptable. Oh, well, there could be repercussions. Damn right there better be repercussions. What's this? David says 9 to 10. He likes the new logo here. It looks like a high-end professional news source. Yeah, it's crisp. It's pretty well done, I think. Danette likes the old image better. All right, let's compare. But you see, here, let me take, I'll leave your comment up there. You see the difference, though? Here was one version of it. It's okay. It's just, it's blurry. It's not, the resolution is not sharp. I sort of liked what they were going for there. I can see it. This is our classic logo. This is nice and sharp and crisp and bold and vivid. This is another one, both designed by the same guy, Ted Distel Design. Thank you, Ted. I made this one on my own, Strictly Football. I made this one on my own, Strictly Football. I made this one on my own. Hey, now. But this was the one that we were going with. But once again, it's just kind of fuzzy. And when you look down in the corner, the New American Media, the I in American looks like an R. American. Miola. It's just fuzzy. It's blurry. It's not sharp. It's kind of, but I kind of like what they're going for with the microphone and the TNAM Daily Show with Brian. It's okay. And I kind of like the color. You got red and you got blue. Well, you got red and you got purple. That's actually pretty clever here because I would never be blue, but I could see some overlapping purpleness between the two parties sometimes. I'm not blue. And then compare it to how sharp and clean and bold and vivid this is. Bang. The TNAM Daily Show. I can take your comment off the screen. And yeah, I like all these old images to one degree or another. Dave's saying he thinks the CEO is in jail. He might be. Yeah, Kenneth. Men and boys used as toys. If that's happening, make some noise. Make the TNAM like the old letters. Oh, okay. Yeah, because they are connected, and that's not necessarily ideal. I do get that. You consume as much heavy cream as I do butter. Yeah, it's been my latest thing. It's been slicing a piece and crunching on some rice cakes. Oh, it's just like movie theater popcorn. It's got the crunch and it's got the salty butter. I don't know. I'm probably starting to get hungry. Haven't had lunch today. All right, let's keep going. I think that's all I had on Instagram. Let me double check. That is what I had on Instagram. So let's buzz through our X account, shall we? Please hit like, please hit subscribe, please share the show. Reminder that we have Rumble rants and super chats, and we also have Patreon, YouTube, and Rumble to subscribe to, and then Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal if anyone wants to make a donation. All right, let's scroll down here. There's our Patreon link pinned at the top of our X feed if y'all are interested. Here's something kind of awful that happened. Let's just play this clip. Sorry to drop your vibes, the vibe check, but this is a story that, I don't know. Let's learn.
You're killing your kid? Officer, he's dead? Why?
I shot at him, bro. I didn't know.
You shot at him?
This is just awful. He's like, my kid is dead. He shot him. He's like, I shot him, bro. Like, it's so, like, calm and sad. And
you're killing your kid?
Officer,
he's dead? Why?
I shot him.
And he goes up, officer, I shot him. Take me to jail. He puts his hands behind his back.
You're killing your kid?
Officer,
he's dead? Why?
I shot at him, bro. I didn't know.
Shot at him?
I didn't know I had a fucking kid in the back. And I killed him.
Roll medical.
I fucking
Come on, unit. Hang on.
We were road raging. He came up around the side, like on the merge, you know, where what's the one that takes you northbound, eastbound?
This is a road rage incident. He came up on the side to merge.
Over there.
Where's he going at right now?
It's in the car on the passenger side.
Okay, TNAM preparedness, number one. If you ever find yourself in a situation, any situation, please, TNAM preparedness, let me tell you. Shut the fuck up. Sort it out after the fact. Shut up. Silence is one of the... I don't know what happened prior to this in this road rage incident. I don't know what was occurring here. We have stories. Let your attorney tell the story. Sort it out before you say something inarticulately. You omit a part of it. You're not thinking right. And nobody can put it all together in a coherent way that fast. Just shut up.
I gotta figure everything out.
Yeah, no, it's 100% my fault. I shot at him, dude. I didn't even know he had a kid in the car.
He said it's 100% my fault. I shot him. I didn't know he had a kid in the car.
Stop staying in control. There's a kid shot in the back seat. Notify supervisors and stuff. Thank you, bro. I'm so sorry. Do you have your ID? Okay. Just. I'm going to school. Take a minute when you get a chance. I need your ID. I'm so sorry. Okay, we'll get this all taken care of. Whose car is this? Do you mind having a seat in your car with him and just Chilling?
him in my car.
No, okay. Okay.
No,
No,
sister,
no.
get the fuck, tell him, get the fuck out of here.
No, he has to stay. He's a witness. Shut your mouth, sir. I understand you're upset. I can't even imagine what this will be.
Coming in the line, you know, the line is one.
So you're emerging here? Okay.
For the line, and then this car.
He came up on your right, he turned up on you?
Road rage turned into this.
So when did he shoot?
Here in the...
Was he still in his car or did he get out?
Yeah, no. Him get out, but me, boom, it's okay.
So he got out and then shot at you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I shot him like that and get out and me, it's all crashing for stop, you know?
Okay. Okay. Was he on your... So after the crash is when he shot?
No, after no.
He shot and then the crash? Okay.
In the need for stop.
There's a crash. Was it before or after the shooting?
I don't see my kid.
Yeah.
And then it's truck crash.
Hard to hear, hard to decipher, a lot of background noise.
Okay. Is there any chance that the kid will be okay? There's always a chance. I don't know. I've seen, after 20 years, I've seen kind of everything happen. So I won't say it's not possible. I won't say anything could happen. If you're a praying man, I would be praying a lot for him right now.
The shooting followed a road rage exchange. Charged with M, and the S was... They said that it was premeditated. I don't see how you could possibly argue premeditation. I think we need to do something about the attorneys or the district attorneys who are going to overcharge cases. There's no universe where this is premeditated. You didn't wake up and say, you know, I really want to get into an altercation with a stranger today and end up going to jail. That's not that doesn't fit the mold for premeditation. But it's a terrible story that's developing. Where was this at? Where was this? I don't think they're saying. Okay, let's keep going. And in some ways, does it feel like a skit? You know, it's just incidents with body cams and you just see interactions. I ask all the time, not just this, not just all of it. Is this an act? Is this a scene out of a movie? Was this filmed? Was this coordinated? Is this real? I ask this 5 times a day, sharing stories. So yeah, Nimbus, I'm asking it here. Coming up. I think he's hungry for some lunch. Buddy, give me a couple minutes. I'm going to buzz through the rest of these stories and we'll wrap it up. He's like, I'm ready for second lunch. All right. President, according to Eric Daughtry, and retweeted by Elon Musk with the fire emoji, President Trump and AG Bondi just asked a federal court in Florida to release the Epstein transcripts that are currently sealed. The filing comes barely 2 days after Trump signed. Let me make this bigger so you can read it. After Trump signed the Epstein Files Transparency Act. DOJ now arguing that the new law overrides a law that allowed these documents to remain sealed. It's a huge backfire on the left. So I guess they're claiming our law passed by Congress trumps your judicial block. Checkmate. And if that's what this has always been about, to get these things unsealed, if this congressional law now supersedes whatever they were trying to withhold, buckle up, Buttercup. Fingers crossed. Mark Levin says, now Megan, I never called you a Nazi, and I never called you an anti-Semite, which you accused me of saying as well. You're awfully defensive. Serial lying is not a great trait, Megan, but you are a crackpot. Now, Megan. Blake does a good Mark Levin. I don't listen to him enough to remember what he sounds like. Something like that. But then Megyn Kelly says, you absolutely did, you lying POS. You won't be happy until you get someone K'd. Take a listen to Mark in his own words.
I don't know where this is going. I don't know where this Jew hatred from the Marxists, the Islamists, the neo-Nazis, the grifters, I don't know where they're pulling us and pushing us. What do they want to do with American Jews? What do they want to do? Where are they taking this country? They're destroying it. Carlson, Owens, Kelly, Bannon, the rest of them, and others. I don't know where this is going. I don't know where this Jew hatred from the Marxists, the Islamists, the neo-Nazis.
There you go. So stop lying, Mark Levin. Jim Ferguson says, Supreme Court just handed Trump the immigration equivalent of a nuclear button. In a 5-4 ruling, they confirmed that he can use the 1798 Alien Enemies Act to treat Tren de Aragua as what it is, an invading foreign force. Yeah, all these illegal alien invaders are, not just Tren de Aragua. That means no more endless appeals, no more activist judges blocking deportations. Venezuelan gang members can be rounded up and shipped straight to El Salvador's mega prison. This is a historic win for borders, sovereignty, and law and order in the United States. The only people upset today are the open borders globalists who never thought this day would come. Representative Jim Jordan says they spied on President Trump. They spied on senators. And now we just learned they spied on me. If they can do it to us, they can do it to you. And he brought receipts. Enoch Burke speaks outside the Wilson's Hospital School. High Court Judge Brian Cregan directed the Gardaí to arrest and imprison teacher Enoch Burke in blatant disregard of his constitutional and God-given rights. Enoch Burke refused to comply with Principal Niamha McShane's demand that he use the they program for a singular male student. You're only one person. There's no such thing as they. You're one person. You don't need to say they. That's not correct. Judge Cregan described him as an intruder and a potential danger to students in the school. Enoch Burke has been betrayed by Ireland's religious leaders who have kept a treacherous silence while anti-Christian ideology is imposed on every child in the country. An imprisonment looms for Enoch Burke, and he asks you to challenge your religious leaders to stand up for your sons and daughters. It's been confirmed that the man in Chicago who set a woman on fire had 72 arrests, not the initially thought 49. Judge said, I can't put everyone behind bars just because the state's attorney asked me to. Yes, you can. Sally Saddle at the Free Press says, psychiatrist. Hold on. One not need be a psychiatrist as I am to grasp the profound injustice of executing a person who K'd someone under the command of delusions. Hold on, Sally. If criminal defense attorneys and judges and criminals learn that all they have to do is claim asylum and you can just waltz into a country and steal their stuff, take their jobs. They took our jobs. Then everyone's going to say that, and that's what's happened. Oh, asylum, asylum. They're handing out cards. You must say this on your way in. It's fraud. It's a scam. By the way, who gives a shit under the command of delusions? Yep. The Free Press says psychiatrist Sally Saddle explains why she believes the execution of schizophrenic man who stabbed a Ukrainian refugee 2D on a train would be an act of cruelty, not justice. Carl Benjamin says, shut the F up, Sally. And we said we would pay the family via pay-per-view to watch the firing squad erase this monster. Sally, get a clue. Oh, what is this? Minnesota Police Chief O'Hara is asking forgiveness for exposing the reality of Somali criminal activity in Minneapolis. He has a Somalian translator as he apologizes for enforcing the law. This entire thing is insane. Pirates robbing our country. Pirates.
Cashaan oo ka mid ah odayaasha community-ga Soomaaliyeed iyo waalidiinta magaaladan degan ilmana ku koriyay.
The Somali community here in Minneapolis has been welcoming and has shown love towards me, and I appreciate it.
They've been welcoming and showing love by stealing the resources meant for our public health needs. A bunch of thieves, bandits, pirates.
Over the last 3 years, we have been working together to try and address some of the real serious problems that we have in our community. We have to be honest at times with the problems that we're having in our community, and we need our community to help us fix those problems together because it's real and it's serious. At the same time, if people have taken anything that I have said out of context in a way that's caused harm, I apologize and I'm sorry for that because that's not my intention at all.
Unreal. There's criminality, rampant criminality and theft. Expose it. Chief Nerd put this Tucker clip out about how evil people will use your goodness against you. Don't let them.
Evil people use your strengths against you. They use your decency against you. You saw this with COVID. Do you care about your elderly parents? Of course I do. They're my parents. Well, then you must take the vax or whatever. They're not actually sticking a gun in your face and trying to force you to do something. They're leveraging your own decency against you. Evil people.
Abusers. This is a video purporting that when Charlotte ICE shows up, it's the work site. Completely empty. Nobody on the job. And it used to be full. Nobody working anywhere, and that wasn't the case prior to ICE showing up. Steven Crowder says if an entire job site disappears in Charlotte the second that ICE shows up, it's because the companies chose illegal cheap labor over hiring Americans, and now they're finally paying for it. Hire actual Americans and the projects won't be collapsing. I agree. Clandestine says Zelensky and his deep state handlers desperately do not want an audit into where the funds went from Ukraine. Why? Because the money trail will lead back to people like Biden and Obama. Biden said so himself. The deep state are hiding unfathomable criminality in Ukraine.
To clean up loose ends.
It's quiet, but you get the point. Matt Walsh says women who try to become men always regret it because the male experience is far more difficult and isolating than they ever expected. Ron Wyden is pressing for an investigation into JP Morgan Chase and Epstein. Ron Wyden, U.S. Senator from Oregon. Hold on, who is he? Democrat, right? Oregon, he puts he, him, and his demo, or it's virtue signal. He didn't say Democrat, but I think he is, right? Anyway, my staff is releasing a new report showing JP Morgan Chase executives all the way up to the top enabled Epstein's trafficking operation. You're going to want to read this. This woman was saying, hey, can I see this pew-pew? Sure, I'll take a look at that. Here you go. And I'm running. And I'm running out the door. Goodbye. This is mine now. Oh, no, you don't. Kablamo crunch. You down now, lady. You down. And you arrested. You tried to steal a firearm, you weirdo. Good job. Always be prepared. Say her name, Cheyenne Castins. She was brutally S-to-D at a dollar store in Florida. Lamar Beasley, who was arrested for the M, is a convicted S offender who was released from prison in July. Why won't you hear about this on the media? Say her name, Cheyenne Castins. Gun Owners of America says breaking and an ultimate betrayal of the Second Amendment. The Trump admin is defending the archaic National Firearms Act of 1934. The Justice Department supports gun registration under the necessary and proper and commerce clauses, says the zero NFA tax is still a valid tax. Hodge twins say Pam Bondi just betrayed all Americans, and I'm seeing that from my libertarian friends too. Wall Street Apes is showing private equity firms ruining another restaurant chain. American went to Jersey Mike's, and for $9, they're barely giving you anything anymore. Remember when $5 gave you a whole foot long in America? Blackstone bought Jersey Mike's, completing the purchase in 25. Portion sizes have continued to decline. That's the claim. That looks tiny, though. It looks like a biscuit. Ann Coulter asks if Trump thinks he can stop the re-election of all 427 congressmen who voted for the bill. Marjorie Taylor Greene is resigning after Trump attacked her and said he'd back her primary opponent because she backed the bill compelling the DOJ to release the files. And Wokeness shares this. This is a white lady sitting on the Chicago train by herself, not bothering anyone, set on fire by a 72-time prior arrested black felon in Chicago, 49 prior arrests. It's 72. 0 bystanders helped. Set her on fire. Scott Adams asks, how did Epstein learn how to be Epstein? Money laundering ain't easy, and it isn't safe. That's a great question. Say her name, Bethany McGee. She was riding the CTA train when a career criminal, Lawrence Reed, doused her with gasoline and set her on fire. Reed has an extensive criminal history with no more than 70 prior arrests. Alex Jones says, Trump says, I think they're in serious trouble after White House and Pentagon finally discovered the Democrat Podesta plan to trigger a civil war and collapse the United States. Yeah, it's a tough thing here. We're all in trouble if we allow this crap. Bridgerton actress Genevieve Chenier breaks down as she's attacked in London for a second time.
And I was literally like right about to arrive for my audition. So I've like had to come in and I'm trying to like gather myself, but I'm so shaken because obviously I had that phone attack happen to me and it's like so nerve-wracking for me.
Why isn't she describing her attackers?
Being out in central London now, and I just got my confidence up and was like looking at moving back. And he just like, he literally like, I couldn't walk anywhere. He was just looking at me and he just fucking hit me. Like, I can like feel where he hit me, so I'm like trying to regulate myself, but like, it's like, just leave me alone. Why are there not more police on the street? Like, I should be able to...
Oh, don't you need to defund the police? Aren't you part of that movement? I don't know what her policies are, but...
Go to a policeman on the street and be like, this just happened, you know? But it's not big enough that the police can come. It's a full-grown man. I'm like so shaken.
Anyway. Sensible men have been warning about this for decades. It's sad that some people choose to learn by bitter experience. Woman grows up around men who respect and defer to her, and then she's shocked to run into men from other countries who do neither. No description of the attackers, of course. Christopher Rufo says Somalis in Minneapolis are stealing billions from American taxpayers, loading bags of cash onto commercial flights and funding terrorism back in Mogadishu. This is an insane system and it must be stopped. Matt Walsh says the whole Somali economy runs on fraud and piracy. It's part of their culture. No surprise that they come here and continue with these customs. Christopher Rufo shared this, saying, according to Glenn Kearns, a retired Seattle Police Department detective who spent 14 years on Federal Joint Terrorism Task Force, the Somalis ran a sophisticated money network spanning from Seattle to Minneapolis and were routing significant amounts of cash on commercial flights from the Seattle airport to the Hawala networks in Somalia. One of these networks, Kearns discovered, sent $20 million abroad in a single year. The amount of money was staggering. Polymarket reveals millions of taxpayer dollars laundered through Minnesota autism clinics to Al-Shabaab terrorist group. Phil Mickelson says it's treasonous behavior. This is treasonous behavior, as are those who allowed this to happen. 8-minute clip about Charlie Kirk. Matt Van Swole says, do you understand what happens when we remove all illegal aliens from the country? Wages for Americans explode, ER wait times plummet, school class sizes cut in half, auto insurance rates nosedive, affordability, home ownership skyrockets, food stamp rolls collapse, grocery prices fall, DMV lines cut in half, traffic disappears, English spoken everywhere, all violent crime drops substantially, organ transplant waiting lists shorten dramatically, teen summer jobs make a massive comeback, trade schools flood with American kids, birth rates spike, couples can finally afford homes. Every single thing gets better, every single thing. I don't know if it's exactly every single thing, but hey, a lot of that seems to make sense. President Trump says he is ending temporary protection status for Somalis in Minnesota, and they can now be deported. Minnesota under Governor Walz says President Trump is a hub of fraudulent money laundering activity. I am, as President of the United States, hereby terminating effective immediately the temporary protected status program for Somalis in Minnesota. Can you make it Somalis in America? Can you make it for anybody anywhere? Somali gangs are terrorizing the people of that great state, and billions of dollars are missing. Send them back to where they came from. It's over, President Donald John Trump. And I think that is what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you all for being here. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Reminder, Venmo, Cash App, Rumble Rant Super Chats. All the ways you can toss something into the tip jar. Thank you for being here in my bar today, discussing all the things on the televisions behind me. What I'm going to do now is... Okay, I can't pause it. There we go. I paused it eventually. What I am going to do now is I am going to play you yesterday's program. Let's get this pulled up here. If you'd be so kind, continue letting this content play. It boosts the ratings. It boosts the numbers. Keep the comments going. The conversations going. This is going to be I'm going to stream most of today. So we're going to hit play and we are going to let this roll. I run a network. Let's give you content. There's people showing up every day for the first time. No idea who we are or what we do. Oh. Of course, I forgot to monetize today's show. I got to get this under control. I wish I didn't have to keep hitting the live button. I never even see the screen. It's monetized now if you want to hit refresh. If anyone's watching that would do so. Let it keep playing on a device. I'm going to do yesterday's program. I got to take monetization off. Then I'm going to pull up yesterday about the Seditious Six. Did they volunteer for treason trial and the ultimate penalty? That was yesterday's program. And I am going to deliver it to you right now. Here we go. Well, that was me freshly out of the rain. I was out in the rain. Look at that hair. All right, everyone. Thank you all for watching. Appreciate you. Love you. We'll talk to you again soon. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, no longer California, Los Angeles to be pseudo-specific. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Friday, November the 21st, 2025, and this right here is called the TNAM Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree Show. That's where you find it on podcast form, but it is the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. Why is that flag upside down? Why is that flag upside down? What does TNAM mean? TNAM means the New American Media. Here, let me show you this one. There, it's right side up. So what do we like better? Right side up or upside down? Are we a nation in distress? Or are we a proper nation? That is the question, isn't it? I asked my buddy Ted and said, hey, would you design something for me? And he did. He designed a series of things for me. It was fun. I probably have a little bit of, I need to charge that, don't I? Feature creep. When you're designing something, you get new ideas. You go, oh, how about this? How about that? Oh, I forgot to say this. Hey, can you add that? What about one more thing? And you don't really know exactly what you want until you get started. And at some point you go, dude, too many, I don't know. I'm getting lost here. You're making this way more confusing. I'm like, I apologize if my brain is coming across in a way that's frustrating or confusing to you. In my brain, I'm just trying to make sense of where it is. But I get how you're perceiving it because you are perceiving it properly. If that's how you're perceiving the situation, then that's the reality. That just makes it what it is. And so, yeah, the goal of communication is always to be clear, to be factual, to be honest. That's the goal of communicating to you each day. That's my goal in this role, in how I talk to you each day. By the way, welcome to my bar. I'm your bartender, Brian. Belly on up. Come on up to the bar. We're going to see those TV screens all over the place. We're going to talk about all the things going on all of these screens. We're a bunch of little trash pandas. We're going to turn the dumpster upside down, the trash can upside down, and shake it. That's what I'm doing. You're like, why do you keep doing that? And by the way, nice green screen behind you. I know, it's magic. We're a bunch of little trash pandas rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. We're going to talk about the stuff on the TV screens. What's on the TV screen? Well, here, let me put these up on the screen. Because you need to follow us in other places. A lot of you follow me on YouTube. That's great. I need you on the other networks as well. We have to build alternate pathways. And if you've never been on Facebook to watch us live, can we try it today? If you've never been on Rumble live to watch the show, can we try it today? If you've never watched us on X, can we try it today? Because this has been a painstaking, arduous process to try to repair the damage caused to the New American Media, to the Agree to Disagree show, to the DNAM Daily show, to my company, to my brand, to this product. And it's a series of products. It's TNAM Music. It's TNAM Food and Drink. It's TNAM Preparedness. We have all these different channels on Facebook, but I don't really talk about them here. I don't really talk about them on X. I don't really talk about them on Instagram. But on Facebook, a lot of content goes that way to have good conversations about that stuff. We've been deleted from Facebook multiple times, so I don't trust it. That's why we're also on other platforms. Don't use them that much, but we need to make sure we're connected with our audience. Should what was it called? Cloudflare took down 20% of the internet a couple days ago. I had an experience where for several days out of the week, Grok wasn't working, AI wasn't working, or at least that version of it. Oh, Amazon and X and all sorts of sites are at 20% of the internet, they claim, or somewhere around that. So I need you to follow me in all the places. Let me put them up on the screen. The New American Media exists on Instagram and Facebook. Link up with both of those. I know I need to. It's sort of like I need to identify a broken. This really is where we're at. You've been with me on this journey. I have to identify a broken component and rebuild it. Yes, I should be able to identify it, snap my fingers, and it's just done. Once again, juggling lots of chainsaws and apples. There's a lot going on. There are finite resources to allocate toward all of these burning fires. You kind of have to address the most important ones. That's what it means to be truly independent. And by independent, we mean, we put product out and we hope that our fan base shows us some love. We do have merch, by the way. If you want a mug, shoot me $40 and I will mail this to you. We do have, for our sports show, the Unhappy Hour Sports Show, we have coaster sets, $30 a piece or 2 for $50, includes shipping to the continental United States. And then here's the Unhappy Hour pin. I need to get one of these and just punch it through here and just show it that way. Maybe that is what I'll do. Should I do it right now? It'd probably be a better way to do it, but let me think about it real quick. Oh, it would fit perfect there. Anyway, let me add that to the stack of the 100,000 other things that I have on my to-do list, and I'll get to it when I get to it. That's sort of what this is, to be truly independent. But now we're on different places. So the New American Media is asking that you find us on these other sites. And if you've never been on X, take 3 minutes, set up an account just to follow us and click stream and watch us live. Try it. Same with Rumble. Same with Instagram, same with Facebook. Even if you don't need to use these things regularly, but they can be great alternate pathways should Cloudflare take down 1/5 of the internet. What's the plan if YouTube isn't there tomorrow? I don't exist. Will you even know how to connect with me? That's what we're talking about. And it's super important. So, find us on Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, Locals, and YouTube by just searching the New American Media. Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. On X at American_media_. And please subscribe to our podcast, The Agree to Disagree Show, on Spotify and Apple, as well as our sports show, The Unhappy Hour Sports Show. So let me tell you, just like how this program is the TNAM Daily Show, it's also the Agree to Disagree Show. We have a show called Strictly Football. We did that episode yesterday. It's a look forward to this week in the NFL, Strictly Football. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. That podcast can be found under the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. It'll include the Strictly Football episodes. So we're trying to kind of make those the two hubs. I don't know. Once again, there's so much to all the minutia of these things. I'm just trying to focus on cranking out content, trying to produce a good show, trying to sift through the bullshit and give you things that are relevant, give you information and takes that matter. John, you've talked about being a teacher, or we've had conversations about being, well, Kenneth, I guess we all talk about it. But I do view this as a mutual education session. Disclaimer, I don't know what's true. I'm trying to figure it out. I think we're all trying to figure it out. What's likely, what's unlikely? I don't know. Let's listen to more conversations and ponder those opinions. I can't believe you shared that. I can't believe that you feel this way. Feel what way? Did we ever talk about it, you and I? Let's sit down and talk about it. Are you just going to like hit my hand with a ruler? You don't know what I believe just because I share some stuff. And just because you hear me say one sentence or 10 sentences, that does not mean that that sums up the entirety of my multifaceted position on said topic. We saw that with Charlie Kirk. Oh my God, can you believe he doesn't think black people are capable of becoming pilots? He's a fucking racist and he deserved what he got. And he said that in America, there's with the Second Amendment, there's going to be people that die. And look at that. Ha ha ha, karma. Yeah, you said you got to have unfortunately, people in America are going to die because you have a Second Amendment. So he deserved what he got. You saw that, right? You saw that. I've been told that my expression comes through quite vividly sometimes. And that's a little unnerving. How unnerving do you think it was to deal with the people saying that stuff about Charlie Kirk after blowing his head off? But that's what they felt was appropriate in that moment. To gloat, to cheer, to dance around. And that's what you're up against. But you're also up against it because they are watching something totally different. They're not getting the highlights. They're getting selectively procured, out of context, lowlights, so that you can rage bait the pit bulls into attack. That's what you got. I was listening to somebody today, one of the many programs that I will listen to, and there was an excellent point made. And I think I'm going to play it for you, because in the realm of teaching, it's not so much that I want you to believe the thing that I believe. Whatever that may be. And give me new information that can change on a daily basis. And we should all be willing to accept the fact that new information should lead to new opinions. But we have to know how to think. It's not what to think. We need to know how to think. Teaching how to think. And as I was going to production on this, today's episode of the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media, hit like, hit subscribe, share with a friend. Trying to get the graphics back up. Scott Adams was talking about how to think in the Gell-Mann syndrome. My name's Engelman. Engelman. Oh, shit. Gell-Mann syndrome. Hi, I'm Brian Engelman. Shit. And maybe I could look it up and give a proper definition. But essentially, it's finding out as an expert, or at least a pseudo-expert, someone that knows what's going on, to consume content and go, hang on, that's not accurate. What are you talking about? Because I'm familiar with that. If I work on Chevy Camaro engines and someone's like, oh yeah, you know, with the V6 and the fuel injection, and you got the carburetor and the, you know, the valves and the you go, huh? No, that's not right at all. But someone else was so confident to say something like that out loud, and you go, well, what's that all about? Well, what it's all about is realizing that if you're well-versed on a topic and you know that the person reporting XYZ is incorrect, why would you assume that they're reporting accurately on things that you're not an expert, areas that you don't have an expertise? Well, that sort of changes things, doesn't it? You go, well, shit, I watch the Cleveland Browns every week, unfortunately. I know there are people that are more of an expert than me, but I am consuming the product. I am watching it. I'm offering opinions and insight and feedback, analysis. I know what I'm talking about. And if that other person says, they're wildly inaccurate, they're saying something with certainty that is incorrect, what do you do with that? Well, it teaches you that the news should be a lot less about learning what to think, and in a more important way, learning how to think. Because we're bifurcated, we've separated, we're binary, we're ones and zeros right now on, are we quickly able to identify bullshit and propaganda? Or are we conditioned to regurgitate and accept propaganda and lies? 2 + 2 = 5. Which one is it? We've either been learning how to accept lies as truth, which is demonic, or we've been learning how to identify bullshit. Adam Carolla recently talked about, maybe it's in the stack. I hope it's in the stack. I'm going to reference it now, but Adam Carolla mentions in the conversation with Joe Rogan on the Rogan podcast. And he said, I got a little suspicious when all these people that didn't even know how to pronounce ivermectin 5 minutes ago are telling me that they're suddenly experts and they know a answer to something that is not knowable. And they were hyper aggressive about selling that to me. He said, I smelled bullshit right away. And it turns out I was right. There's no way they could have been that definitive because they were claiming things to be completely known when there is no possibility they could have been known. Now, I don't know exactly which component Adam was talking about in that clip. Was it the efficacy of ivermectin? Was it the potentially intentional lab release from a Wuhan virology lab that may or may not have ended up with financing directly or indirectly from Anthony Fauci in the gain of function? By the way, for countervailing views on health and elections, I'm sorry, what does that say? Please go to the, hang on, what does that say? Go to the cdc.gov website, go to who.int, or go to cisa.gov/rumor control. So you can find countervailing views on anything you might be insinuated by or implied by, or anything I'm directly or indirectly maybe suggesting or daring to talk about in public. YouTube, did I do good? YouTube, did I meet your policies? Facebook, Instagram, Meta, more? May I have some more? May I still qualify to earn a living on your paltry platform? Might I still keep my content monetized so I can pay the fucking electrical bill? Or do I need to grovel and whimper anymore? Sir, more, may I have more? More advertising, please. I'm just trying to find out what's going on with this global pandemic. I'm just questioning the validity of the 2020 charade. More. Sir, madam, may I have more? Might I have more? Might you not hide me in the basement, demonetize, shadow ban, memory hole our content, and delete it for misleading information, whatever that may be, please. May I have more? There's nothing here. I'm asking for more. That's why I could wipe my nose. There's nothing in here. Yeah, that's and scene. Welcome to what it's felt like being a content creator like me, trying to pour my entire life into broadcasting, media, entertainment, sports, music, preparedness, food and drink, off-the-grid living, self-sustainable, all sorts of issues, all sorts of things I'm interested in. And I've just been grabbed and tossed into this realm. The life and death repercussions of the COVID stuff, of the 2020 charade, what is banging out there? I do need to take a look. I think I need to take a look. That's what it's been like. But I'm still going. And they took out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going even harder. You know why? Choose the wrench. What is choose the wrench from? Type it in the comments. Question of the day. Do you know what that reference is? I picked the wrench. Why? Because FM. I picked the wrench. We are all goners. We are all goners if we let the dark side of things win. And it's a battle. It's good and evil right now. Make no mistake about it. And calling for sedition, treason, insurrection, the seditious six. You know, they're They are who we thought they were. My take might be a little different than you'd expect. I don't even know what my take is. A lot of times I don't know what I'm going to say until I start talking. And sometimes I say, I don't even know what I'm talking. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm just dumping all my thoughts out onto the table and we're discussing them, just like we're talking about the news stories. Things come out inarticulate. I can say, yeah, on one hand, I do feel that to a certain degree, but to a larger degree, I feel this other thing as well. We can be multifaceted on any single issue. For example, in theory, I don't have a problem with Islam. I got a problem with radical Islam. You know how that works. It's anybody can believe in any flying spaghetti monster in the sky as your personal Jesus, as your personal savior, your Christ, your redeeming perfect human being. Where I draw a line is when people try to push that onto others and onto society by force and take away the rights of other people. That's just a non-negotiable component to life. Don't care what you're doing until it becomes a me problem. And by me, it's my community, it's me personally, it's my family, it's my city, my state, my country, my planet. A lot of people don't care until it involves them. Well, we're unpacking a lot of ideas. We're getting a lot of nuanced conversations, and that's the reason why I called the show the Agree to Disagree Show. It's because, let's listen to a ton of opinions. I might have a different opinion on a story today than I did 3 days ago when I covered it. That happens all the time. But we're adults, and this is what adults do. You talk and you talk and you talk and you talk, but you think and you think and you think and you think. You're not supposed to just regurgitate. You're supposed to learn how to think. So if you look at the logo here in the corner, the New American Media upside down, is that the best way or should it be right side up? Oh, you see what I did there? Upside down. Boop. Right side up. Boop. It's a matter of perspective. It's angels and demons. Isn't that how the book by Dan Brown starts? Angels and Demons, something about, the angel wings protecting you in a battle will be easily viewed as an angry demon from the other side. It's perception, it's perspective, it's facets, it's angles, it's shades of gray. Not 50 Shades of Gray. It's just shades of gray. And so are we a nation in distress that has to put our flag upside down to indicate that we've been taken over? Why do you think I asked for both versions? Because that's what I felt occurred during the Obama-Biden regime, is that our country was overthrown. And with President Trump reclaiming what many say was stolen from him, by the way, for countervailing views on anything health or election related. Yes, I'll finish reading the sentence. Go to cdc.gov, who.int, or visit cisa.gov/rumor control for countervailing views. You see how fun it is trying to exist? Begging YouTube for more. After 3 years, can I get monetization back? Sure would be nice to pay a mortgage. Governor. Crikey. You went from Tiny Tim to a pub drunkard to somebody down under. I know, because I don't master my voices. I should take some more time to practice them. I have components of getting it. But yeah, that's why it's almost impossible to exist only on one platform. So I ask you to follow us on the other platforms. At the bottom here, let's face it, sometimes the most important. We are on Patreon at the New American Media. So you just sign up and become a monthly supporter of the program. And it all helps. It's super. They're all little Lego building blocks. To sign up on one, it's like $5 a month, $100 a month, 20, whatever it is. It's all amazing, necessary, and appreciated. But we're on Patreon. And we also have free versions of Patreon. We don't upload every show there, but we do some. And I guess it should probably be the opposite. There should be exclusive content. And we will probably work our way over to that. But you can find us and follow us on Patreon, and many do. As I said, YouTube and Rumble, they have subscription options now, membership. I don't know what you call them, but it's like Patreon. You sign up and become a monthly member. I don't know what tiers they do. $5 or $10 or more than that. I don't know. But we do have Rumble rants and super chats. Those are like our tip jars here at this bar. You can toss something in. It's all at the bottom of the screen. Also, Venmo Cash App, Brian Engelman, BrianEngelman. Or on PayPal, the email address is fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. All at the bottom of the screen. So we're going to get into the Seditious Six. What is up with them? Do they deserve the ultimate penalty that President Trump called for? Hey now. Treason has consequences. And we're in the midst of a grand conspiracy that Tulsi Gabbard has clearly explained, the Kash Patel has clearly explained, the President Trump has clearly explained, that I have clearly explained year after year after year after year. So, what next? What happens next? Because if we allow this, welcome to the new hell on earth. We've got to get out of this situation that the deep state has caused. I've said this so many times, various versions of the thought. This is a stand down order. Think this through. Think this through. This is a stand down order. You're busted. We see you. We've seen you for a very long time. Enough is enough. Let's strip away the fraud, strip away the theft, strip away the scams, strip away the power, the influence, the control, the abuse. And let's create a better America. A new American media. A new America, if you will. So that's what we do here. Thanks for joining us today. Let's dump the trash can over and start rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact here on the TNAM Daily Show.
Guide to the Truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
See, and in that version, that is the uplifting, we win this version. This is the version I was using when I first created it, because it was prior to the election, when our country was still in that occupied regime. This is the intro I was playing a lot. I know it's a subtle difference. I have an eyelash that's right in my line of sight. I don't know which one. Oh, maybe it was one of those three. Oh, wow, okay. I was out in the rain today. How's the weather by you? All right. Let me show you the video I was talking to you about in the intro, all right? But yeah, that intro there, that's a distress intro. That's where we were. We're a little bit more, all right, let's go, let's go. We regained our position. Now it's time to advance. That's the Overton window. Overton window is a football field, 100 yards. The Overton window is 10 yards. That's the first down range. I mean, the bad guys, the deep state, had pushed us to the 1 yard line, backs up against the end zone. But we stopped them. And now we take over at the 1 yard line and advance to the 2. Then the 3. Then the 7. Then the 15. Then the 41. Oh, that was a big play right there. Now we got momentum. Let's go. That's where we are right now. I don't know what yard line we're on, but we were pushed back to the 1 yard line. And we're making some advances. All right. This is the clip. Oh, you know what I was supposed to do? I was supposed to find you the exact moment of this clip. But when I did, when I was getting ready to launch the intro, Nimbus came over and said, hey, could I have breakfast? And I'm like, yep. Because Nimbus had a very rough evening, which made it a very rough morning for me. I'm 95% done looking after him, if you will. Yeah, there's a good question of the day in the comments. Anybody have a pet? Have you ever had an aging pet that sometimes maybe had some digestive issues? And there's no hairball per se. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. Anyway, he said, hey, Dad, could I get some lunch? I said, sure. So I don't have this exactly queued up, but we're going to queue it up and find it together. This is Scott Adams. I want to play this clip.
Which is exactly what Elon Musk does.
And I could go on Rumble and pull it up, but I think there's something authentic about this.
I think, yes. So
this is a little bit of I guess it does go back.
Phenomenon I'm describing.
Here we go.
I'm thinking because you would understand. Here's part of it. I saw Elon say about Grokpedia. Now I'm going to tie this all together in a moment. All right. So we started with Soros and Musk. Now we're going to talk about Grokpedia. So that's Elon Musk's version of Wikipedia. It's still in under work. But Elon was talking about it. And he said,
you know what? I'm going to do it this other way. I am actually going to pull it up. I'm not going to hold that, and it looks ridiculous. But I'm 43 minutes in. I'm going to pull it up in the studio. Hey, Jamie, pull up Scott Adams. Yeah, at about 41 minutes. And then we're going to play it on here. By the way, I'm Jamie.
And down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst with bonuses up to $50,000.
Hey, look at that. Free ad for ICE.
This 2-second edema flush could transform your legs.
Okay, can we please just get through these
ankles
ads?
And feet. Even top doctors are
Yeah, all right. They have the worst ads.
It's going to be way better than Wikipedia, blah, blah, blah. Of the world. I'm saying that obviously true.
All right, here we go.
The Soroses appear to be determined to destroy Western civilization. A lot of you, right? Now, I'm not saying that that's the true version of the world. I'm saying that, I often talk about two movies on one screen. We're still playing on one screen. But when a lot of people on the, let's say, Trump supporting side look at it, it does look that way.
Because Elon said to Alex Soros, for just 5 minutes, would you stop trying to destroy the world, or something along those lines? So yeah, Scott's wrapping up a couple of points here. So I'm just going to let him cook and explain what I thought was a very poignant moment that kind of led to my whole intro on this show. The beginning monologue today was my ruminations on what Scott says here. So we're just going to let him cook for a couple minutes, but it's important.
Like Soroses are not trying to help, that they're trying to destroy Western civilization. Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily true, but it looks like it. So if somebody decides to treat that as the reality, you can understand why. Now, obviously, the Soroses do not see that in themselves. I think that's fair to say. I can't read their mind, but I doubt they think like I doubt when they're eating breakfast, they're thinking, so, Alex, what have you done to help destroy society today? Probably they don't think of it that way. Probably they think of it in, I don't know, maybe gaining power, maybe accomplishing some social goods. Might be a variety of things they think about it, but they're not thinking, well, I'll eat this egg and destroy society. So how could both of these views, so completely different, I'm destroying the world with my billions versus I'm saving the world with my billions, how could they both exist at the same time? Well, here's a part of it. I saw Elon say about Grokpedia. Now I'm going to tie this all together in a moment, all right? So we started with Soros and Musk. Now we're going to talk about Grokpedia. So that's Elon Musk's version of Wikipedia. It's still in under work. But Elon was talking about it, and he said that it's going to be way better than Wikipedia, blah, blah, blah. And then Elon talks about the phenomenon where you would know that Grokpedia is better than Wikipedia if you were a public figure or an expert, because you would understand your own domain. And if you understood your own domain, and then you read about what Wikipedia said, this would be his claim, and then you read what Grok said, Grokpedia, you would come away from it thinking that Wikipedia was wrong and Grokpedia was closer to right more often. Now, this is, there's a name for this, the phenomenon I'm describing. What is the name? And watch this. Watch how many of you know the answer to this question.
It's my name.
What's the name for the phenomenon where you know that the news is fake because you're an expert or the news is about you, but the rest of the world might not know that? What's that called? I'm looking. There it is. It took like 1 second for it to appear. It's Gell-Mann amnesia. Now, Gell-Mann is a hyphenated last name of a physicist. Gell-MANN. I always forget how many double letters there are, but something like that. So here's the important part. How many people have in the public mentioned Gell-Mann amnesia, maybe without using the words,
but the concept,
but described it in a way that you knew that's what they were talking about?
Are you familiar with it?
I'll give you some examples. So Elon Musk has talked about it a number of times. I've talked about it a number of times. Mike Cernovich has talked about it a number of times and has properly credited Michael Crichton, the author Michael Crichton. I think Michael Crichton might have also borrowed it. Somebody said there was some prior claim to it. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's out there for anyone.
A lot of smart people have referenced it. I'm pretty sure Greg Gutfeld has mentioned it on his show or shows. I've seen some other Silicon Valley people mention it, but you've also seen Bill Murray. Do you remember actor Bill Murray? When he talked about his own experience reading some stories about John Belushi, and he knew Belushi personally and very well. So when he read the stories, he knew they were fake. And then he had the Gelman amnesia effect. It was like, wait a minute. What are the odds that the only stories that are fake are John Belushi stories?
Yep.
This happens to be one of the few things I'm an expert on. What are the odds that's the only thing? Isn't it more likely that everything's fake, and the way you find out about it is being an expert in one thing, and you're like, hey, wait a minute. I am an expert in this. This stuff's wrong. What about Bill Maher? I saw him recently. Was it on his Club Random or maybe the regular show? He's mentioned that because he's a public figure, he has extra vision on this. The fact that the news is so often fake. That wouldn't be obvious to people who are not public figures because they don't read news about themselves, like people like me and people like him do. All right, now, so you've got Elon Musk, Joe Rogan's mentioned it, Bill Murray's mentioned it on Joe Rogan's show. Gutfeld, Fox News, me, my books, Cernovich, etc. This is teaching people a way to think and a way to see the world. If what comes out of all this Grokpedia stuff is simply that more people understand what Gelman amnesia is, it completely changes how we see the world.
Oh yeah, some of us.
It will change how you see the Soros versus Musk. How in the world could both of them exist if they have this view that's just are complete opposites? So I say that what's different about the era you're in is that the Trump supporting part of the world, not all of it. Oh, somebody's saying that Dr. Drew has mentioned Gelman. I think he has. So you're probably all thinking of other examples, right? Now, if I went over to the Democrat influencers,
would any of them know about it?
Democrat influencers,
oh boy,
have taught their audience the Gelman amnesia?
I would guess not.
Any?
Because they need it.
What happens over time if one side of the political world gets trained in how to think, which is exactly what Elon Musk does every time he talks to you? He also teaches you how to think, like how you should think of entering AI, how you should think of that risk, etc. That's completely different than just telling you what to think. The right-leaning, or I'll just say Trump-supporting common sense part of the political world is really about teaching the other people in it how to think about stuff. That's all I do all day. I teach you how to think,
not what,
not necessarily what to think. All right, so what happens with that? Do you think that the people on the political right are more able to identify a hoax? Yes, they are, because they're actually trained on what the hoaxes were, how they were created, and then how they were supported by the media. So you've got an entire political class that, while the Democrats weren't paying attention, and this is the fun part, the Democrats don't see this coming, that half of the world has been trained to recognize bullshit, and the other half has been trained to accept it. If you just fast forward that tape, let's see, one half of the country trained to accept bullshit as the truth. The other half of the country trained to identify bullshit as soon as they see it and to avoid it as quickly as possible. Fast forward that. Where do you end up? Where you end up is what you observe right now, which is the
inflation is destroying your savings.
No, it's got to do a commercial. No, he's wrapping up the point. No, I don't want to.
The team that can't avoid the hoaxes just goes
here we go.
Quickly as possible. Fast forward that. Where do you end up? Where you end up is what you observe right now, which is the team that can't avoid the hoaxes just goes right off the cliff. What happened to the Democrats this year? They went off the cliff. Did they not? Right? Now, are you having the feeling that I was hoping that you would have right about now? If I'm doing this right, and I think I am, the feeling that many of you are having right now is, wait a minute, did you just connect all the dots? Is it the fact that one part of the country has learned how to think, how to, for example, if I use the phrase too on the nose, how many of you would know what I'm talking about? If I said, that story is too on the nose. You tell me in the comments, you tell me how many of you would know exactly what I meant. How many Democrats would know what I meant? None. There wouldn't be any Democrats who knew what that meant. Because again, too on the nose is teaching you how to spot BS. It's just one of many ways. So there's this entire, I don't want to say army, because then you know what the Democrats will say if I say army, but in the very conceptual way, an army of people who have been trained to spot hoaxes and even to know specifically why. There's a whole bunch of you who have been trained in persuasion, right? That you actually know what works and what doesn't, and it's not an accident. And the other part of the country is just flailing poop at you, I guess, because they don't have training in that domain. And I think people always imagined, before I came on the scene, people imagined that persuasion was something you're either born with or maybe you just have it. It was not really thought of as a learnable skill.
A learnable skill.
It's a learnable skill, and I've watched people learn it, and then I've watched them employ it, and then I've watched them succeed, get elected, get promotions, get the partner they wanted. Now, let's take this a little bit further. When Grokpedia becomes sort of the standard for, and I think it will become the standard for checking things, then Elon will, I think, have come close to completing one of the greatest reframes of all time, which is, the reframe is Democrats teach you what to think and Republicans teach you how to think. Do you feel it? Democrats tell you what to think.
They want you to regurgitate. I went to university. I am so extra smart. No, you're extra indoctrinated to repeat whatever it is you've been brainwashed to repeat. That's not intelligence, that's indoctrination.
And at least in 2025, this was not always the case. This was not historically true at the moment. And I would say that Musk is primarily the reason for this, is that we've all been taught how to think. And a lot of it comes from him. I think there were probably three separate stories I saw today that all were some little clip of Elon explaining how to think about a thing, how to think about let's say the economics of space. How many of you understood before, let's say this year, the importance of reusable rocket ships?
It's amazing that the previous plan with rocket ships was, all right, let's spend a ton of time building this thing, then blow it up. You go, can't we drive it to more than one place? Nope. You may build a vehicle, drive it to grandma's house, and then explode it. Can I just bring it back? Nope. You must explode it at grandmother's place over Thanksgiving weekend. Explode it over the ocean, preferably. Yeah, the economics is staggering. But we were operating under that goofy way of thinking for decades, just because that was the inertia of it. Well, we're already doing it, so let's just, I don't know, keep doing it. Anyway, I could keep going on, and he's going to make some more points. Actually, until he makes a hard pivot, let me give Scott his due, because Scott's on borrowed time. He's suffering from the same cancer that Joe Biden is allegedly suffering from. Scott's in a great deal of pain, and we don't know how much time we have with Scott. And he's trying some experimental stuff that may or may not. And even if it does help, it might not fully take care of it. What's up, bud? He's had a rough day. There, let's bring him up. Now, let's just put him here. We'll just hang out together. Mr. Nim. He's purring, what did I say, like a banshee. Like a banshee. Let's give Scott his due. Let's let him wrap up his point here.
And it wasn't just that you learned that, there's a thing called reusable spaceships. It's that you learned that that's important enough that if you don't understand that part of the question, you can't really see what's coming. How many of you knew that if you put your solar panels in space, you didn't have to worry about cooling them, being blocked by clouds, or that it's night? Well, now you know. And it's because you've learned how to sort of look at things like an engineer. That's what Elon does more than anything else, looks at it like an engineer. Once you learn that, and it becomes your go-to, so, all right, what would an engineer do in this case? Changes everything. All right. So I'm gonna call the reframe. We have now entered the golden age, and one of the defining factors of the golden age is that the left is being told what to think, and the right is being taught how. And how is going to be what every time, eventually, but every time.
Eventually. On a long enough timeline. All right. Well, look. That was a quick glimpse into why that's one of the programs I enjoy watching. Because it does. It teaches me how to think. Coffee with Scott Adams. It's a really good segment. I'd recommend you check out that program. All right. Any thoughts on that? What Scott had to say? I'm curious to get your thoughts. Type it below. Hit like, hit subscribe. Rumble Rant Super Chats. Always appreciated. All right. Let's go into the news here and see what is going around on Instagram. This is Nick Shirley over in Dearborn.
Driving around, and they're hearing what's happening as they attempted to burn the Quran, and people are freaking out.
So I'm going to try to burn a Quran, and people freaked out. And this is Nick Shirley reporting a different perspective. A lot of Nimbus, don't step on the enter button, please. Thank you. Jeez. Here we go. Nick Shirley's report.
People are just pulling over. Come on, Ollie. Why would I get here? Why? I haven't done anything. They got word out that they're trying to burn the Quran, and you're getting heated. You're just pulling over. You're hopping out of the car. You're ready to brawl with anybody.
I was gonna blast if I didn't see the cops. I swear to God, it's it. I don't care.
Did you hear that? I was gonna blast if I didn't see the cops. Did you catch that?
To me, I don't care. My life, I don't give a f. Let somebody blast me. I don't give a f.
Just because of the burning of the Quran, the attempted burning.
I'll f that motherfucker's life up and his family. That's it. It's on camera. I will f that motherfucker's life up. Let him come to me face on face. Face to face, I'll kill him. On my mother's soul. That's it.
You're killing him.
I'll kill him. Murder. Arrest him. Do your job.
People out here are just driving around, and they're hearing what's happening as they attempted to burn the Quran, and people are freaking out. People are just pulling over.
Was that a cop? Why wasn't he arrested?
Come on, Ollie.
Why would I get here? Why? I haven't done anything. They got word out that they're trying to burn the Quran, and you're getting heated. You're just pulling over. You're hopping out of the car. You're ready to brawl with anybody.
I was gonna blast if I didn't see the cops. I swear to God, it's it.
You're swearing to your God. You think blasting people that don't agree with you is okay? Isn't that the #1 complaint with Islam? You want to kill people that don't agree with you. You don't get to do that. That's war. You get that that's declaration of war in America. Do what I say, or else I will end you. That's declaration of war. Well, either homie's part of the PSYOP, he's an actor, or he fell right into the plot.
I don't care. To me, I don't care. My life, I don't give a f. Let somebody blast me. I don't give a f.
Just because of the burning of the Quran, the attempted
I'll
burning.
f that motherfucker's life up and his family. That's it. It's on camera. I will f that motherfucker's life up. Let him come to me face on face. Face to face, I'll kill him. I'm my mother's soul. So that's it.
You're killing him.
I'll kill him. Murder.
Finally, somebody came in to try to stop that guy from hanging himself with his own words, painting himself into a corner. Oh, he painted himself into a corner. I'm curious if this dude's been arrested, and that is the comment that I left in the comment section here with Nick Shirley. Make sure you follow Nick Shirley. He has bodyguard. I don't know I don't know entirely where Nick Shirley came from or who he's, I'm always a little, is dubious the right word? I'm always a little extra curious about some of the people that kind of show up quick, have nice funding, financing support, and that they always seem to be in the right spot at the right time, almost like they're part of the actors, like they're part of the whole thing. Just, So we'll see. We said peaceful, violent threat. Was he arrested? So yeah, when is the National Guard going there? All right, Dom Lucre or Dom Lucre, I don't know how you say that. He talks about what was our number one topic on yesterday's show. Were Elon and Trump in cahoots and playing four-dimensional chess here? Let's take a listen.
So Elon Musk and Donald Trump possibly just performed the greatest bait and switch in human history. I don't know if you guys remember a few months ago, Elon Musk dropped a post that made the Democrats just shriek with joy, saying that Donald Trump is on the Jeffrey Epstein list. What followed was a series of Democrats demanding that the Epstein list gets pushed, from Jimmy Kimmel, Hakeem Jeffries, of course, along to any Democrat, even Hillary Clinton.
They all fell into it. Even Hillary Clinton, though, knowing what her husband's done there and what she did with Huma, allegedly.
Everyone was claiming that this Epstein list needed to come out because it appeared that it was against Donald Trump. From that point on, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are supposed to still be mortal enemies, further pushing Democrats to try to get this list out. What Donald Trump does, he goes to say, oh, it's a hoax, it's a hoax, it's a hoax, it's BS. Gaslighting the public, because there's no way you could have made Democrats want this list unless Donald Trump didn't want the list. He knew that and played on their own bias.
Okay, listen. That was our topic yesterday. I don't know if that is 100% accurate. I don't claim to. I'm not making a claim as to the veracity of the topic. I'm telling you, that's about the only way that I could feel good about how that played out, because it was maybe the lowest point in the two Trump administrations. And you went, oh no. Oh, is this how it ends? Oh no. Is it possible? I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't know how to read what I'm watching. Going so far as to say Susie Wiles. Maybe they needed to replace their chief of staff. Like, what even is the strategy? Doesn't make any sense. But maybe, just maybe, it's exactly what they were hoping for.
You see, TDS has gotten so bad that Trump has learned how to weaponize it against them that have it themselves. Like, it's crazy. Trump somehow found a way to turn people TDS against them, and he knew that if he did not like the Epstein list, people would love it. So now what happens? The Epstein list comes out, Donald Trump and Elon Musk links up at the White House with Ronaldo, I don't believe that's random. I don't think many Americans believe that's random. It's a great chance they just performed the greatest bait and switch in history, and the Epstein list that's coming out is going to implicate every Democrat demanded for it to come out, and we're about to witness transparency like we've never seen before, and the true fall of the Democrat Party. And what's so amazing, they found a way to make sure every single Democrat, that means not the big Democrats, we're talking about the regular voters, are going to be waiting for the list. Because what does it matter when the list comes out if no one's reading it? How could you get the people that would claim it had been propaganda to read the list? By thinking it only implicates Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
I think they're set. I think it's about to come out. And I think Donald Trump is possibly the greatest 4D chessman of all time. So
I'll actually put that in the comments. TTD equals Trump tricked Dems. It's the only theory on this topic that we'd feel good about. It was beyond weird how this whole thing played out. Hi, Nimbus. Oh, Nimbus, he's reaching for my hand. Can you see him? Look at it. He's got his paw on my hand. Hi. His little toe beams. He's being very sweet. He had such a rough go of things. It took me an hour of cleanup today. You doing okay, bud? What you doing? What are you doing? You okay? He wants attention, that's for sure. Bud. Yeah, he's being very I know he's not feeling great. I just don't know if he's feeling really bad. I gotta kind of keep an eye. He just can't really comfortably sit like he used to. It's just everything's different for him. Anyway. I love you guys. All right. But wouldn't that be interesting if that is how this plays out? Carolyn Levitt goes nuclear on Nancy Cordes.
And so these members
Gets asked a question.
Knew what they were doing. They were
This is about the Seditious Six.
Leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very, very dangerous message, and it perhaps is punishable by law. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the Department of War to decide.
But the president has frequently, but Caroline, can I just follow up? The president and the vice president, for that matter, have accused the other side of encouraging political violence. Isn't that exactly what the president is doing when he says that members of Congress should be killed?
Why aren't you talking about what these members of Congress are doing to encourage and incite violence? They are literally saying to 1.3 million active duty service members not to defy the chain of command, not to follow lawful orders.
Actually,
every single
can refuse an illegal order, which
but
is
they're suggesting, Nancy, that the president has given illegal orders, which he has not. Every single order that is given to this United States military by this commander-in-chief and through this chain of command, through the Secretary of War, is lawful.
So the Seditious Six crossed a line, sort of, but they kind of didn't. They kind of phrased it with that weasel language, the same one that they used 51 former 51 former intelligence officials. They said the Hunter Biden laptop, it has all the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation. Don't fall for the old okey doke. They didn't say that the laptop was Russian disinformation. They said that the Hunter Biden laptop has all the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation. They let everyone else say the other stuff. They let everyone else say the next phase of it. So in this list, to not obey illegal orders. Oh, it sure feels like they're saying, don't obey President Trump. But what they're actually saying is quite similar to the Oath Keepers. Oath Keepers. You have no duty to follow unconstitutional orders. And that's sort of where we left that, isn't it? You're under no obligation to follow unconstitutional orders. That is true. Let me unplug this and replug this. So I think something needs to happen. Did they exactly call for an armed insurrection? They're dancing with it. They got nothing. Like they're testing the waters to see, do we have anything here? Are the people on our side? No, the people are not on your side. You're a bunch of pirates, and we know it. You're thieves who are squandering our country, taking our future, taking our liberties, and you're taking liberties with us. We don't appreciate it. We don't like you. No, we don't support you. Test the waters all you want. You got nothing. Pull the military. Are they behind the MAGA concept? Or are they behind your deep state lies and bullshit? Because I'm going to be willing to bet 9 out of 10 are on the right side here. You might have some on the other side. What, 9 out of 10? Is that fair? What percentage of the military leans MAGA? That's a good question to ask Grok. Let's ask Grok. What percentage of the military leans MAGA? Interpreting the query. Okay, Grok seems to be confused by this. Huh? Grok is playing dumb. Military supports MAGA. Grok does not want to answer this question. Oh, Grok is just failing me a whole bunch today. Guess I'll move on. It makes for uncompelling content, not compelling content. When I ask for things and Grok doesn't deliver. What's it doing? What percentage of the military support MAGA? The fourth time I asked. Wow, Grok is super slow today. This is a longer version of that previous video, so let's see if it has more of the lead up.
This morning, President Trump accused 6 Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior punishable by death. Just to be clear, does the president want to execute members of Congress?
No. Let's be clear about what the president is responding to. Because many in this room want to talk about the president's response, but not what brought the president to responding in this way. You have sitting members of the United States Congress who conspired together to orchestrate a video message to members of the United States military, to active duty service members, to members of the national security apparatus, encouraging them to defy the president's lawful orders.
All right. It is a lot of the same clip here. They're saying 60 to 65% of military supported MAGA in 24. Is it only 65%? Active duty, likely 55 to 70 lean MAGA or Trump. Higher in enlisted or combat arms, lower in officer and technical roles. Hard data is spotty. Military officially stays apolitical. Uh-huh. All right.
The identity of our military rests on the chain of command. And if that chain of command is broken, it can lead to people getting killed. It can lead to chaos. And that's what these members of Congress who swore an oath to abide by the Constitution are essentially encouraging. We have 1.3 active duty service members in this country. And if they hear this radical message from sitting members of Congress, that could inspire chaos, and it could incite violence, and it certainly could disrupt the chain of command. These three members of Congress, I will also add, knew exactly what they were doing. You look at Alyssa Slotkin. She's a former member of the CIA. Mark Kelly was a captain in the U.S. Navy. Maggie Goodlander was a naval officer, and notably, she is also the wife of Joe Biden's national security former advisor, Jake Sullivan. And so these members knew what they were doing. They were leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very, very dangerous message, and it perhaps is punishable by law. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the Department of War to decide.
But this morning, President Trump accused 6
And it's not like President Trump accused. They did it to themselves. But I do support Oath Keepers. And I think Oath Keepers were very blunt about what was going on. And I think this Seditious Six are trying to be very sneaky. I think they're being very sneaky about what they're really saying, in the same manner that they did with the Hunter Biden laptop. All right, here is Representative Tim Burchett, Republican from Tennessee, slamming the practice. Whoop, Nimbus, why are we stepping on the keyboard?
Somebody asked me if I was going to wear my jacket up there, and I said, to quote the immortal words of Henry Winkler when he played the Fonz, I always rumble in this jacket, because that's what we're up against. Somebody asked me if I was going to wear my jacket up there, and I said, to quote the immortal words of Henry Winkler when he played the Fonz, I always rumble in this jacket, because that's what we're up against. This is a fist fight, folks. This is, everybody talks about this place being a dadgum swamp. It's not a swamp. A swamp is something cool God created. It filters water. Animal life lives and flourishes around it. This is a sewer. This is created by man, and it needs to stop.
I think that's a great line. Swamps do filter water. And they call it the DC swamp because that area was a swamp.
We've, for years, Congress has been using hardworking American taxpayers' money to get rich. Dadgum, it's got to stop. America knows what the heck's going on. Everybody wants to knock Pelosi. Heck, she's not even in the top 10. Get on that Unusual Whales site. This is pathetic, folks. We all know what's going on. Congress knows what the hell's going on, and it needs to stop. This body has been enriching itself on the taxpayers' dime for too dadgum long, and it's got to stop. This place is crooked and is crooked as a dog's leg. That's an old East Tennessee saying, but it's the truth, and it needs to stop. America knows what's going on.
There we go. That's a pretty good phrase. Now I think the swamp's pretty cool. Now I want to go to the swamp. All right. This is Timcast News. I don't know who this guest is, but they're talking about Epstein, how the Democrats have absolutely handcuffed themselves.
As it was, Trump's bad because he's best friends with Epstein. Now it's Trump's bad because Epstein hates him. Yeah. It's like you can't have it both ways, man. And it's even crazier to me that people will try to defend this, and the same people that try to defend this are the people that regularly morally grandstand about how much empathy they have, and they care about everybody, but they completely ignore the fact that this thing that took place was 11 years after Epstein was charged with child crimes.
Yeah.
They don't care. They just want the W, man. Yeah, they just want the win.
It's just about a vector of attack.
Yeah.
They don't like President Trump, so they can go ahead and use, if they can use basically anything that they can use to attack him, they're going to use.
By the way, at this point, when we look at Epstein's body of work, is it considered anti-Semitic to criticize it? Or are we allowed to do it?
Depends on what side of Twitter you're on.
Okay.
Depends on why you're criticizing him. Yeah. If you're criticizing him because of him being friendly with Donald Trump, then it's anti-Semitic. If you're criticizing him when he was attacking Donald Trump, well, then no, it's not anti-Semitic.
That makes perfect sense.
It does.
I appreciate those rules.
As it was, Trump's bad because he's best friends with Epstein.
Yeah, I'm going to add that comment. The Democrats really painted themselves into a corner with this one. They really have. Stephen Miller has thoughts on the Seditious Six.
There is nothing graver that you could possibly say as a United States Senator than encouraging, urging, directing members of the armed forces of the United States or the clandestine services of the United States to defy their president, defy their chain of command, defy their superiors. To say such a thing would require you to have and to present to the nation some extraordinary scandal beyond even our wildest imagination, which of course they don't have, because every single thing that this president has done has been not only lawful, but has been repairing and reversing the unlawful and unconstitutional behavior of the previous administration, which opened our nation's borders up to millions of illegal aliens and foreign terrorists and gang leaders and cartel operatives and everyone else threatening peace, safety, and public order in the United States. So this conduct by these lawmakers is a direct attack on this republic. There is no...
Mm-hmm. I'm going to say Dems are just about out of time on their... How do I spell that right? Their grand conspiracy. They really are. They've poured the concrete and they're standing in it. Just give it a second.
I think we'll...
All right, this from Real America's Voice talking about Charlie Kirk called it the Elon and POTUS feud is over.
Say right here, you can mark it down. By Christmas, maybe before that, there will be like a surprise Elon Musk comes for dessert at Mar-a-Lago. You know, leaked New York Times, Elon Musk spotted at Mar-a-Lago. I'm just saying.
If you nail that one, I guess I'll just be really impressed.
I could be wrong. I'm just saying, by Christmas, don't be shocked.
Well, here we are. It's not even Thanksgiving yet.
My favorite part of that is you chiming in. And by the way, I barely recognized you.
I've got it.
Pretty clean shaven at the time. But I love that you have to chime in and be like, if you nail that one, okay.
I'll be really impressed. I'm really impressed. I am really impressed. And another part of it that I think a lot of people have already realized, and we mentioned leaked New York Times. So this is the article, the New York Times, 2 days ago, and they say, quote, September appeared to be a turning point in Mr. Musk's relationship with Mr. Trump. Musk said that he had been invited to a high-profile dinner with tech executives hosted by Trump. He sent one of his aides in his place, but then Mr. Musk approached Mr. Trump at the memorial service for Charlie Kirk. They had an animated conversation for several minutes. And yeah, we're seeing it there, that conversation they had that was captured on television. Mr. Musk, who friends say was very emotionally affected by Mr. Kirk's death, posted a picture online of the exchange. That image of that exchange, I believe it got, I think he said for Charlie, and I think it got 76 million views.
Yeah, 283. There it is right there.
For Charlie, yep, 76 million.
So I just want, like, that picture, I remember I was backstage at the memorial, and somebody showed me a picture of them. And I posted it and I said, I hope that they're looking at each other saying, for Charlie. And about an hour later, Musk tweeted that, for Charlie. And I can't prove it, but I like to think that Elon saw that tweet and thought, you know what, let's do it. Yeah, and it makes my heart happy because I know, and you know how much this meant to Charlie.
Yes, and it's not that they're aligned on everything. It's that It's what Charlie would care about. It's being aligned on the core things. He said there was another bid he did in July when they were still fighting, and he said, I think they're going to realize that they maybe disagree on spending, they may disagree on particulars of immigration policy.
And H-1B visas.
And this was, Musk was talking about starting his own party, running third party. And he said, I think Musk will realize that if I just allow Zoran Mamdani or these other radical left-wing lunatics to come back into power, I'm going to not get any of the changes I want on spending, and I'm still going to get all of their, radically anti-industry, anti-free market, anti-American, anti-white people values. They're all going to come flooding back and will destroy this country because of some personal beef that we have. And he really... He nailed that one, that we have to move on from those things. We have to be able to build our alliances, maintain those alliances, even when it's difficult.
I think we'll say right.
Yeah. I said on yesterday's show, if there's somebody that knows how to create an explosion and jet propulsion to take two objects that are close and then move one in a very specialized, very specific direction, it's Elon Musk. And that's exactly what that whole Epstein blowout was. It separated Elon, who was having his company firebombed by lunatics, by the foot soldiers of a treasonous regime, who was angry and lashing out with violence because their piracy had been exposed, their theft, their fraud, their abuse, their waste, their tricks, their lies, their theft, their crimes, their violence, their censorship, all of it. It was being exposed by Elon. But when he said Trump's on the Epstein list, I mean, my jaw was on the ground. I'm going, what? What is even happening here? Oh, he's looking through all the files and now he knows? That started a really dark chapter of not understanding what was happening. I'm past the point of identifying what's happening. I'm sort of watching it unfold. I guess I am going to continue identifying what's happening, but let me say I'm doing less guessing. I mean, it could be this. It could be that this is the only way to get the political willpower together to get this stuff rammed through. And this was the plan all along. But that's also 19-dimensional chess. Trust the plan, all that stuff. I don't know what to make of that. John's like, I'm tired of the games and the talk. I want to demand action and accountability. It doesn't cut it for me, Brian. When will it ever be enough? I know. David, it's just criminals who lie. Yep. So we'll see. I don't know what to predict is going to happen next, but it is interesting. The Trump-Elon thing is infinitely interesting. All right, Greg Gutfeld detonating Jessica Tarlov on live TV after pointing out what everyone can now see.
Again, this is Russia, Ukraine, everything. I don't think this is the end of
Russia, Ukraine, that the Democrats are lying and wrong. It's not that they're wrong. They're framing people with lies. This is criminal activity. This isn't just politics. It's not just having better ideas and selling it better. It's actively framing innocent people of lies that you're coming out. Like, this is the grossest form of illegal criminality. And yeah, there need to be penalties and repercussions for this.
John, I am not.
Nobody thinks it's the end of Donald Trump. It could be the end for the Democrats. You're watching it happen in real time.
She can't even fathom. At least she's pretending not to.
I love how you say, you look at Akeem Jeffrey. Oh, it's just a fundraising email. As if it were a Republican, your party, the media would not interpret it in the worst light. For example, it's amazing how the brilliant Jasmine Crockett thinks there's only one Jeffrey Epstein, and that one Jeffrey Epstein somehow gave money to Lee Zeldin. No. I know this is hard to believe. There is more than one Jeffrey Epstein, just as if there are more than one Jesse Waters, but only one Greg Gutfeld. He was a doctor who gave money, but she knew that, unless you think she is retarded. And I don't think she is. I just think she's deliberately pretended that she didn't know there might be another one. So when I talk about this is what I say is the big worry about this thing, and I'm for the release of them. You look at how these idiots are going to try to interpret everything in the worst possible way. So if you're caught in that net and your name is Jeffrey Epstein or your name is Jesse Waters, something that could be easily checked out. I'm not saying you're in the files. I'm just saying there's a high likelihood you will be. They will be extremely malicious in their interpretation. So we have to be on our toes. I do think that, what's his name, Galloway? He's right. Be careful what you wish for, because when something seems too easy, it's a trap. And I think you just handed Trump a paintball gun and you put targets on the Democrats because Epstein, I think 80 to 90% of his donations were all to Democrats. Epstein despised Trump. He was the only elite that wouldn't play ball with him. So, and then you look at like Larry Summers. You look at the, what is the billionaire? I can't remember.
Reid Hoffman. I don't know how many Republicans are ultimately going to be implicated here. But what does it feel like? What does it seem like? Well,
Reid Hoffman, you look at Bill Clinton, you look at Akeem, you look at the Virgin Island lady. It's only begun and it looks bad for you guys. I think that this is going to be a fun winter for Trump, because once he goes in on this thing, he doesn't come out. He figured it out. He knows exactly how, when you guys bring it up, it's always going to go back to the Democrats every single time. And pretty soon you're just going to say, why did we do this? This is just like Russian collusion, but it's worse because now it ends with a huge, huge pile of mud all over us. The Russian collusion thing just went away. You guys were lucky you didn't go to jail.
I think mud is a generous way of putting it.
Should I have said feces?
Well, I wouldn't say that in our word. So here we go.
Are you in the files? Yeah, my name was invoked. I'm not again.
It's likely this is going to be the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, we've been hearing about the names. How long has Epstein been gone? How many years now? 5 years? 8 years? I don't know. So now there's 30 days that we have to figure out what's going to get released. And Speaker Johnson was like, well, you know, the thing about the Epstein list, he's letting you know that stuff is going to get redacted. There's going to be security stuff. What does that mean? You got foreign governments involved? I don't know. Once again, could I even fathom a guess? I don't know that I have a guess at the moment, but I will say, I guess it looks really bad for the Dems at this moment. Do you think the names that we think are on the list are going to end up being on the list? I could rattle them off, but I don't have any credible evidence to support any claim of my own. I can just tell you what other people are talking about. Insert the name of a famous celebrity here, right? All right, Byron Donalds has thoughts on this.
What is this?
He has thoughts on, back to the story before that, the Seditious Six.
Story. You've got this Senator Slotkin of Michigan and other Democrats with ads telling men and women of the military services to disobey their orders. Am I hearing this right? Is this America? I don't understand it, Byron.
Larry, this is crazy. The Democrats are now fomenting an insurrection of military personnel, of our intelligence apparatus, against the duly elected commander-in-chief of the United States of America, Donald Trump. And why are they doing this? Because they have no answers on the core questions from your last panel on affordability, on energy, on how you're going to make the American people's lives better, more affordable, and allow the American dream to thrive and prosper. So now they're looking to have military officials not follow orders. This is nuts. But what do we expect from a Democrat Party
that has no ideas, does not have the pulse of what's going on in our country and ways to fix it. They now want to create an insurrection against the commander-in-chief. Despicable, crazy, but at this point, the circus at Washington, D.C. is, why would we be surprised?
What is this story?
Nothing to be surprised about, but it is time to hold them accountable. I mean, we know what their thinly veiled threat is. We know what they're up to. We all see it. What do we do about it? I guess that's the next step. All right, here's Representative James Comer. So taking a second to expose Hakeem Jeffries, who might not be long for the Democrat Party. Talk about ineffective, and I guess he's got some challengers now, which I don't want to give the Democrats any good advice to use, but Hakeem Jeffries ain't it. Man, you got some awful voices over there. You could swap every one of them out, and I think you'd be doing better. You would accidentally be way better than you are right now by just swapping everybody.
Let's read it to make sure. To Jeffrey Epstein, and that's the real Jeffrey Epstein, not Jasmine Crockett's Jeffrey Epstein. This is the real Jeffrey Epstein. From Hakeem Jeffries' campaign. Dear Jeffrey, we are thrilled that we are working with Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, one of the rising stars of the New York delegation, sometimes referred to as Brooklyn's Barack. Hakeem is committed to electing a Democrat majority in 2014 and is encouraging his friends to participate in a DCCC fundraising dinner with President Obama and Hakeem Jeffries. It ends with a number for Jeffrey Epstein to call to go to the dinner and, quote, get an opportunity to get to know Hakeem better. Here's the evidence. The email speaks for itself. The only stone-cold liar in this debate is Hakeem Jeffries. So, Mr. Minority Leader, take a deep breath, chill out, stop lying, stop with the juvenile name-calling, and own up to the fact that your campaign solicited campaign cash from Jeffrey Epstein. So let's read it to make sure.
Oh, Hakeem. Elbows deep in this mess, it seems. That rhymes. So, New York Post says a Queens senior citizen who fatally shot a would-be mugger is headed to prison for 4 years. Scott Greer says, you're supposed to get mugged without complaint. Bowtied Ranger says it's not complicated. They just want certain people to be allowed to steal your stuff, R your wife, and M your kids. That's Albee says lawyers are evil. Until then, he'll remain at liberty and will be able to celebrate Christmas with his wife. What are we? So let's see. If this was a state and a city that had its affairs in order, Mr. Fodner would be getting a plaque, not a prison sentence. Security footage showed the alleged robber Gonzalez, who had at least 15 arrests dating back to 2004 and a record of mental illness, continuing to charge at Foner even after the senior pulled his gun. Isn't this clear-cut self-defense? If I don't have the video, I figured it would have been here. Oh, this is the Adam Carolla I was talking about. This is perfect. Let me play this while I see if I can find you the surveillance footage of that guy defending himself. There we go.
It's always really suspicious how everyone became overnight experts in everything. You know what I mean? Like, yep. Oh, they knew hydroxychloroquine. They couldn't pronounce ivermectin 10 minutes ago, and now they're experts in it. Yeah. And also, I'll tell you when you should be suspicious. Be suspicious when people aren't sort of agnostic about things. Like if you'd said to me, what about ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, I'd go, Well, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Why don't you talk to your doctor about it? What am I? Epidemiologist? I'm a comedian. I don't know anything. Everyone on CNN was an expert, and they all knew that it didn't work. And I'm like, how do you guys all know this all at the same time? How does Rolling Stone magazine, how do you losers all know this thing that you'd never heard of before, that you couldn't pronounce the day before yesterday? You now all know it doesn't work based on nothing. So now I'm suspicious. Yeah. Because if CNN was just sort of like, hey, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work, I don't know, you should definitely look into it. But they all knew it didn't work. And when you know it doesn't work, then you should be suspicious of those people.
Because it's impossible. It's unknowable.
Because it's impossible. It's like...
Well, the whole gamble was hoping you didn't Google search it.
Right. They knew it didn't come from a lab.
That's an unknowable thing.
How is that knowable? I was always really...
I'm going to type absolutely spot on with this assessment. These are the conversations I'm here for. Interesting people with interesting perspectives, interesting brains, giving you a perspective that just gives you the bumper sticker of it all. Bam. Tells you what you need to know.
Suspicious.
I want to listen to a second time. Did I finish this episode? I did watch this one. I did not. I did finish it. It's hard to consume enough content. When you create this much content like I do, you have to consume enough to get an idea of which topics you'd like to look deeper on. Some of the topics I cover just happen to be something that scrolls past me, and it sort of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy with social media. I was doing comedy this year, a lot of this year, and talking with this particular comic. He had this, it was kind of just like an aside about how he's scrolling through Instagram, and he rattled off like 3 atrocious things that he always like, because once you interact with that content, like it bombards your feed. It's like, don't you want a whole ton of content about grape Kool-Aid? You go, no. Don't you want a whole ton of content about the Tower of Giza? Wait, the Tower of Babel, the towers at Giza, the Pyramid at Giza, the pyramids, the Tower of Babel. I think I was confusing both of those. You go, I don't know. I saw a thing and I made a comment. I don't need great pyramid content every day. Yeah, but I thought you liked it. You did look at it once. Like, yeah, leave me be. Can I just let the feed organically wash upon me? And each day is a new opportunity to reset with what I'm interested in at the time. But no, remember, Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook, allegedly, I believe it came out that they were rage baiting. They were manipulating the emotions of certain people, not white people, to be constantly angry every time they opened up their phone. It's some new injustice. It's some new outrage every single day. Because they engaged with it. Or I think their thing was it wasn't a natural byproduct of organic engagement. This was a test to see if you can manipulate the emotions and the anger and the focus during the 2020 riots, the Democrat deep state social media led riots across the country, the AstroTurf campaign to take advantage of it, never miss the opportunity to take advantage of a crisis. The media didn't give you any context on George Floyd. They gave you marching orders. And they said, go get Trump. And you go, huh? This happened in Minneapolis. What are you talking about? Trump. The Republicans. Go get them. Go. Mobilize. We'll bail you out. Don't worry. We run these big cities. You'll never get in trouble. And that's sort of how it played out. Oh, I can feel a sneeze coming on. Nimbus, do you want to lay in the chair? Anyway, I say part of that to say because it was something I was thinking about, but the other part is now there's a lot of these stories coming up because as you engage with it, you keep seeing more and more of it. And if there's different perspectives, all right, well, let's talk about it. Here's the moderate case. I don't know. Someone sent me a message. Hey, do you follow this account? I clicked on it. I'm like, I don't know what this content is. I don't recognize it. If I'm following it, I must be. But did the account change? This doesn't look like anything I remember following. That's a weird comment. Anyway, here we go.
Please step aside because the last hope for America is in Islam. We are the ones that will remind them of the truth. We are the leaders of the world. We will bring Sharia to your chicken. We will bring spices into your kitchens.
I'm tired of being silent about this. I'm tired of people not understanding the threat that these people actually pose. For the past 1400 years, expansionist Islam, specifically political Islam, what we call Islamism, has spread using a repeated three-phase model nearly everywhere that it gained power. Phase 1 is a small minority victim posture. When the population is small, the focus is on peace, tolerance, and coexistence. And they quote early Meccan verses of the Quran, like, there is no compulsion in religion. To you be your religion, and to me be my religion. And when they are a minority, the public messaging from the Islamic community, it focuses on Islamophobia, on discrimination, and on how people just are not tolerant of Muslims. And there's nothing wrong with that. Every group deserves safety. But historically, this stage changes when the demographic scale increases, and these imams are telling you, we Muslims are going to come take over your land. We're going to take over your world. Now, the second phase is a large minority, and this demands political accommodation, right? When the population reaches that 5 to 15%, history shows a consistent shift from coexistence towards political pressure. Jihadists and Islamist activists began quoting late Medinan verses revealed after the Prophet Muhammad gained military dominance, such as, fight those who do not believe until they pay the jizya and feel subdued. Fight and slay the unbelievers and the polytheists wherever you find them. These chapters abrogate, meaning they override the peaceful verses according to classical Islamic law. Okay, that is their interpretation, not mine. And under classical Sharia, which is what they're trying to implement, blasphemy is punishable by death. That's according to Sahih Bukhari. Apostasy is punishable by death. That's according to Sahih Bukhari. Jizya tax on non-Muslims is required. That's according to the Quran, in the same chapter and verses where it says to kill people who don't worship Allah. Also, women are under male guardianship in the Quran, chapter 4, and this is exactly the Islamic legal system that is implemented historically across Spain, Persia, Egypt, Syria, the Balkans, North Africa, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pakistan. I could keep going on forever. And historically, the peaceful do not control the ideology once Islamists become the majority, and that is exactly what they're doing, and it's exactly what they're telling you that they're trying to do. It starts with a minority in small numbers, and then they shape the victim narrative, they push this narrative, and then it turns into political concessions and demands, and then legal parallelism, and then full Sharia and persecution of non-Muslims, and they're telling you that they're going to do it. I have a hard time distinguishing the religion of Islam from Muslims. I'm sorry. And Europe has already collapsed. And it's not because of Muslims as individuals. It's because of the political ideology of political Islam. It is expansionist by design. They're telling you what they're trying to do, and they're doing it in front of your face. So it's about time that if you don't like this, you speak up and open your mouth.
Please step aside.
Do you want to be conquered? Do you want to be changed? Do you want this warfare at your steps? Now that it is, what say you? Are you going to say anything, or are you just going to go along with it? You're running out of options. You're running out of options. All right. Should Bill and Hillary Clinton be arrested? Well, it was good enough for Peter Navarro and good enough for Steve Bannon. Isn't it good enough for these?
Voluntarily cooperate. They didn't schedule their interviews. Now there's a subpoena. But Bill and Hillary Clinton, if they continue to duck you, will you take them to court? Will you try to enforce a subpoena? Will you go the Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro route?
100%. We're going to go that route. We expect to hear from Bill and Hillary Clinton. Look, Donald Trump's answered questions for years about Jeffrey Epstein. Every day he gets asked questions about Epstein, and he answers them in front of the American people. We've subpoenaed Republicans and Democrats. 2 Republicans have come forward, Bill Barr and Alex Acosta. They did interviews and deposition, and those were tough. but they did them. They didn't back down. Other Democrats have sent letters that saying they knew nothing about Epstein, which would hold in court if something ever comes out that they did know something, then they committed perjury there. But the Clintons have never responded. They're the one group in this investigation that's never had to answer questions in front of a credible reporter, and they've never certainly answered questions from attorneys or members of Congress. So we expect the Clintons to come in, or I expect the Clintons to be met with the same fate that Bannon and Navarro were met with.
Voluntarily cooperate. They didn't schedule their interviews.
So all eyes on the Clintons. We'll see how this plays out. By the way, if you're watching from the time I launched on YouTube, could you hit refresh? Because the cool thing is it will play little ads under the video while the video plays. But I didn't have monetization on when I launched the show. And I Googled, I went to Grok. I grokked it. I grokked it like a hurricane. Question of the day, who sang that song? Rock you like a hurricane. Yeah, I went to Grok and I'm like, is there a way I can change my settings so every time I go live it's monetized, so I don't have to remember to go back to the original page that I actually don't ever even see, and just make everything live monetized? It said no, but then it said, well, maybe if you do this. So I'm trying to figure it out. Marge, change the channel. I gotta watch some more Simpsons. Thanks for the reminder. But agree or disagree? Bill and Hillary Clinton should be arrested for failing to report. I'm gonna agree. If it's good enough for Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon, it's good enough for them. CWB Chicago says, here's the quote. The words uttered by the judge moments before she released the man who's now accused of setting a woman on fire aboard a Blue Line train. Prosecutor warned the judge before the release. She said, I can't keep everybody in jail because the state's attorney wants me to. I can't keep everybody in jail because the state's attorney wants me to. You absolutely must keep the crazy, violent people in jail because you're supposed to look after your community. This is madness. You don't let crazy, violent people back out. You leave them in. You put them in a mental facility. You forfeit your right to hang out here. How many times arrested? How many mugshots are these? Over how many years? Every day. Every day we get these stories. Just for the life of me, I don't get why anyone would want to be lenient to a deviant. Ooh. Someone send that to Harry Mack and say, lenient deviant. Make that the hook. Make that the, on the chorus, the refrain. Give me like a, never be lenient to the deviant. Don't be lenient with the deviant. Ooh, and some good wordplay right there, boy. Mm-hmm. Bah, cracky, I reckon. Yeah. The judge should invite that person into their home. Give me a break. Exactly. That's an easy question. Agree. Okay, good. Ads are on now. Good. Yeah, they should just kind of be playing underneath the video, and they should be refreshed from time to time. I don't think it'll pull you out of being live with the program. I just got to remember to do it because I don't even see that screen. I was done with my monologue 30 minutes in. I'm like, yeah, crap. I didn't even do the thing. But at least, hey, I'll tell you what. I want some applause. I want a little bit of applause here because I have not started the show on mute in a little bit. That's a step in the right direction, methinks. I can't keep everybody in jail because the state's attorney wants me to. No, the community wants you to. I'll type that. No, capital. No, lady. Don't keep career crazies in jail because of any other reason than because it is your responsibility to protect your community from repeat crazy violent nutbags. Recall this judge ASAP. At some point, you lose your free range privileges. All right. Keep it going. I don't know this person either. This is new.
Big topic here.
Who's this person? Bahura, I followed yesterday. Benny Ray Harmony. Don't know this person.
On Capitol Hill, and it's been a big topic for a while, is banning congressional stock trading.
Banning congressional stock trading.
Now, we're talking about this today because Congresswoman Mary Miller has been a very, very avid supporter of banning this congressional stock trading. Take a listen to what Congresswoman Mary Miller had to say in yesterday's committee hearing on administration.
When the stock portfolios of members of Congress regularly beat the S&P 500 and members leave the office with vastly higher net worths than when they arrived, the public is right to be alarmed.
Mary Miller talked about how Nancy Pelosi, when she first began her role in government in 1987, she had $785,000 in stock trading, okay? And by 2025, which is 37 years later, $133 million Nancy Pelosi has in the stock market. And so the question a lot of members are asking, they're trying to get to the bottom of, is are these members benefiting off of insider knowledge from their positions in government to put money back into their own pocket? So we are expecting some conversation to be happening about this congressional stock trading. This has been an issue in Congress and been a talking point for a very long time. We'll be following this and keeping everyone posted on Mary Miller's actions going forward regarding this. If you're interested in learning more about this congressional stock trading, I recommend check out Congresswoman Mary Miller's website. She has all the legislation that she's put forth when it comes to this and banning these congressional stock trading, her advocation for ensuring that the people in positions of power cannot benefit off their information. So check it out. Big topic here on.
All right, I'm going to follow Representative Mary Miller. I am following Mary Miller. I've seen her before. A little bit. Illinois. Oh, okay. Appears I'm already following.
Big topic here on Capitol Hill.
What say you? Should Congress be allowed to, oh my God. Should they be allowed to trade stocks? From CWB Chicago. Here's the image of this woman who was set on fire on this line. This is a horror show. You pray for humanity. And you shame and recall the people that are making it so that repeat crazy, violent people are allowed to harm us. Unacceptable. Dear God, please be with this woman in her recovery. CWB Chicago says someday, hopefully soon, our government will once again care more about the victims than the criminals. Looks like a member of Wu-Tang Clan. Was that ODB? Does he look like a Wu-Tang Clan member? wonder if I can get a... Isn't there somebody with crazy hair like that? A lot of hat wearing, though. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, that's ODB, isn't it? Oh, doggone it, I clicked it and now. Yeah, like this picture. Doesn't he kind of look like that? You see the resemblance? Even has the contorted mouth like he's getting ready to drop a mad bar. That was a pretty good reference right there. Thankfully, I found that picture. There's a lot of pictures with them wearing hats. Anyway, you get the point. Apparently, this person said, burn alive witch, but he used the B word, didn't he? That's what the CTA fire attacker yelled after Chicago cops arrested him Tuesday. According to a newly filed federal complaint, he's charged with committing a terror act or other violence on mass transit. There he is, dousing and lighting a human being on fire. End Wokeness says the judges who let Lawrence Reed walk free 49 times should be jailed. I'm going to say jail the judges button. Let's see if people agree. I think they will. Unreal. Dear Lord, be with that woman. And help us with the necessary, needed enema of American blue cities that are allowing nutbags, violent, crazy people out to harm citizens. I've had enough of it. All right, this is the California Sheriff Jim Cooper sounding the alarm on Gavin Newsom's mental health diversion law. Oh, look, that's letting violent offenders from C abusers to armed robbers dodge prison time, even in cases where babies were teed or K'd or have qualified for diversion. What?
To get diversion, you can do anxiety, depression, caffeine addiction, caffeine withdrawal, marijuana addiction, marijuana withdrawal, alcohol, same thing. It's crazy. Anyone pretty much can find a condition that will suffice to get you diversion.
Let me read this here from, who said this? Shura Scott Est. Don't know. The problem with California's diversion policy is that every rapist, murderer, predator is mentally ill. If we start handing out that excuse to everyone who fits a diagnosis, our jails would be empty. Doesn't matter if you were born evil, became evil, or just didn't take your meds. If you're dangerous to others, you're dangerous, period. How many serial rapists aren't stopped until they case someone? Why must we wait for that to happen? It's a great comment.
And I know you have photos of the baby. Father got blackout drunk, drank a pint of vodka and some beers, and basically beat his 1-year-old to death. My deputies investigated that case. Horrific. And he got diversion. And here's where it rubs me the wrong way.
Oh my God, no.
When he got diversion, it erased his record.
Oh my God, no.
His entire record is erased. That arrest, those charges, everything. And here in California, we do background checks for schools do for everybody.
Oh God, no.
On those background checks. So right now, when this person gets fingerprinted, the arrest record's not there. He can be a teacher. He can be a coach. He could be a Boy Scout, troop leader, all those things, because the record is not there. And that's scary. And I'm going to say, if you beat your kid to death, you should not be around kids. I don't want you around my kid. And that's what troubles me. And even a bigger issue, you could be diagnosed after the fact. So you think if someone got diagnosed with a condition, it would be beforehand, but they're being diagnosed after the fact.
Actually, I'm going to leave a comment. When he says diagnosed after the fact, he means coached, here, in parentheses, coached to escape. Similar to how illegal alien chain migrants are coached to claim for asylum. Hashtag completely broken systems.
And I think when someone's accused of something horrific, I would expect that the diagnosis would come from a psychiatrist who's a medical doctor, okay? Not a psychologist. Even a licensed marriage family therapist can diagnose you after the fact. I'm not sure the rest of the country, but in California, if you want to volunteer and be a coach or work in schools, you do a fingerprint background check, and we make sure you're clear. Now, this individual is clear. We had a bank robber recently in a neighboring jurisdiction, convicted of bank robbery. He got mental health aversion. We have a new case of bank robbery for him here in Sacramento. Somebody burglarized somebody's house, took tens of thousands of dollars in jewelry, and got mental health aversion. So it's really being abused by these criminals. They talk about it in our jails. The phone calls are recorded. They know it. We've got them on record talking about mental health aversion, how to exploit it, and really get out of their cases. To get to
danger, 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 danger.
Rudy Bautista.
Check out this report. I touched on this yesterday, but look, CBS 2 is reporting this, not just some podcaster.
Is a Rule 8 attorney. Qualification.
And I know the irony of me constantly pointing out how legacy media cannot be trusted. But now we're combining stuff that Candace is talking about with stuff that legacy media is talking about. How in the world are they saying the same thing? Well, when they're agreeing, you need to double check and take an extra look.
Only select number of defense attorneys in Utah have in order to defend cases with a capital offense, some involving a possible death penalty. He's not affiliated with the case involving Tyler Robinson, who's accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk back in September. I showed him what I found that could indicate there's potential missing evidence in the case.
He said, hey, I know who Charlie Kirk shooter is.
On September 17th, 2025, Washington County Sheriff Nate Brooksby held a press conference.
Our job was not to interview. Our job was just to get him here.
After Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter was taken into custody in Washington County less than 2 days after the shooting.
Within the hour, my friend drove Tyler and his parents to my office, where he was greeted by plainclothes detectives.
After learning of this, I submitted a public records request to obtain any video of Tyler Robinson walking into the jail facility. Washington County responded saying there were no. Rudy Bautista is a Rule 8 attorney. Qualifications only select number of defense attorneys in Utah have in order to defend cases with a capital offense, some involving a possible death penalty.
Right,
records response.
I really wish Instagram would just combine these segments.
To the request, as Robinson did not go to the jail area. Our request for any holding room video was denied. A few weeks later, I re-upped the request on a more generalized scale for surveillance video showing Tyler Robinson walking into the sheriff's office.
For the state of Utah, we would certainly hope that this video is available.
The response? Our office does not have any applicable records responsive to this request.
Oh, that's weasel language.
As the surveillance footage is no longer available after the 30-day retention period.
Okay, stop. As, when they said as, they're saying, well, we don't have this as it's been 30 days. So, like, how could we have that? That would be part of your investigation. Are you kidding me? Is the claim that this guy turned himself in, the one that you have identified allegedly as the person that allegedly took out Charlie Kirk? and he walked into the police station and turned himself in, and you don't have that as evidence? You can't prove that ever happened, and you put a gag order on the whole city? Anybody who was at the event? Are you kidding me? How stupid do you think we are? This is flashing red lights and sirens level of red flags.
If in fact it has been destroyed and not preserved, it's very concerning. And if it has, then it's very concerning that they're telling you they don't have it. If they no longer have it, I would have expected to say that this video has been provided to the Utah County law enforcement. Please contact them.
Records responsive to the request. As
Candace says, you honestly cannot make this up. Footage of Tyler Robinson turning himself into police does not exist. The footage simply does not exist anymore, or maybe it never existed in the first place. You decide. For video showing Robinson entering the Washington County Jail holding area and video of Robinson in a holding room, we don't have any records responsive to this portion of the request. As Tyler Robinson did not go to or enter the jail area, wrote a records officer with the sheriff's office, holding room video was denied as part of the investigation. Then they generalized it. Surveillance video showing Tyler Robinson walking into Washington County Sheriff's Office. Our office did not have any applicable records responsive to this request, as the surveillance footage is no longer available after the 30-day retention period, wrote a records officer. When asked if the video was shared with any law enforcement or legal agency, the department responded, "It is my understanding it was never sent out to any agency." Huh, so nothing was ever sent. Interesting. We said this is a level 10 flashing red light level red flag territory. Wow. Now Candace is weaving her two biggest stories together.
We're getting very close to something, as we had started on September 8th, by the way, our Becoming Brigitte season 2. And we were looking at how unusual it was that a dog was barking a bit too loud, a thief that nobody was pursuing was running. And that was us discussing the MK Ultra program, and Brigitte Macron, strangely, and Emmanuel mentioning MK Ultra in the lawsuit to us 18 times, struck us as odd, as we were trying to determine whether or not it could have been Brigitte Macron that was involved in that Stanford experiment, this prisoner, 2093, that was being protected. We didn't know why this prisoner was being protected. We sent somebody there. There seemed to be more. And what really terrifies me is that if my inclination that Xavier Poussard's messages have been being read and tracked for longer than I even realized, and that's the reason they initially sent that cease and desist in December, was to ward me off sitting down with Xavier Poussard, then what we hadn't yet presented to the audience, but what we were investigating on the back end, if they were aware of that, it really makes me wonder if we were on the right track. And
John, is he even still in the country? Does he even exist? Oh yeah, it's a trans furry boyfriend. Is it? Does that person even exist? What are we even doing?
It was something that was so sinister, involving maybe another step of the MK Ultra program being used to foster serial killers and to give serial killers new identities and allowing them to run in countries. That was kind of conversations that I was having in the background with Xavier. And we thought that we had perhaps identified Brigitte Macron at Stanford University, a possibility is what I would say. We were maybe at a 50-50%. And then suddenly Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, and it totally throws us off of the scent entirely, because we're trying to figure out what happened to Charlie. And now, strangely, trying to figure out what happened to Charlie has brought us back to a France question, right? Why on earth did France move? I mean, who wants to lease a hangar in Wilmington, Delaware for 2 years to paint planes? Ostensibly, we're supposed to believe that this was a maintenance stop, but as the tip proved to us yesterday, that wasn't the case. That was a front, because that had not been operative from 2021 all the way forward to the end of 2024. So literally That plane was still making stops in Wilmington, Delaware, and there was no lease to that. And these were federally controlled waterways where that hangar is situated. And we learned that this is a building where there's cooperation between the feds, Homeland Security, and also contractors, independent contractors, which means people that are not a part of our government's apparatus. So the question becomes, who was the foreign dignitary that was escorted on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination to 920 King Street? Is it plausible that for whatever reason, Charlie allowing Tucker Carlson to hit the stage and to say that made Charlie a bigger problem than us? I have to tell you guys, in my gut of guts, there is something unbelievably, I just look at Brigitte Macron and I am telling you, you are looking at an utter psychopath in my view. There is something dark. There is something deep there. I see it in the eyes, in the performance of this all, that the response in France has been to start to harass people who came out and tried to tell the story, to effectively ruin their lives, to go after their finances, to debank them. The strange circumstances of some people who have tried to touch this story, and we've covered this also in our series, that wound up dead. Something is not right. And what terrifies me the most, by the way, is how far, the length that they are going through to protect Brigitte. Who the hell is Brigitte Macron? We were getting...
Let me just... Who the hell is Brigitte Macron? WTH IBM, question mark. I know, right? Yeah, the thing about Candace, it's very interesting because you're entering the phase where you're either called the most interesting sociopath in the world or a revolutionary or like one of the greatest, one of the best researchers, one of the best discoverers. Which one is it? I don't know, but I'm here for it. I'm going to tune in every day. How these two stories could come together. I did not have that on my bingo card. Was it an Egyptian plane? Egyptian military special services? Is Brigitte Macron linked to Charlie Kirk? Is Brigitte Macron a man? Wow. I mean, we're in a very interesting place right now. Speaking of which, let's take a deep dive into Charlotte, North Carolina. What is ICE discovering out there?
Well, for one, it's everywhere they go now. You have organizations, these rapid response networks, who are being colluded with by mayors and mayors pro tems like the one you just saw there, who are actively obstructing ICE. You've got illegal aliens in these communities that are being protected by criminal elements in their own community. And really, this is generations that have got us to this point, because now you have anchor babies, kids. You saw these kids, 30,000 kids marching out of classes in Charlotte to protest this. Well, many of them are illegals themselves, or their parents are illegals themselves. This is what happens when you undermine a country from within. When you don't have the rule of law, when you don't have border security, you no longer have a country. And we're seeing that taking place in every city across America. And you go back to that census, why the Democrats pushed so hard to have illegals on that census. And it's not just blue states, it's red states, but blue cities and blue districts where they can take votes from Republicans and give them to Democrats. So we have an entire system now that has been undermined by the left. They're working to harbor illegal aliens and hurt ICE's operations to be able to go after these really bad guys in every community, whether that's here in California or out in North Carolina.
So where's the counteraction team? We know this, so why don't you do the thing and wait for it and then just arrest these people? Just do it.
And every single one.
And maybe that is exactly what's going to happen when the funding comes through. When does that happen? In January?
As you mentioned, every single one of those politicians or any of these activists need to be arrested when they're caught obstructing ICE operations.
It's amazing to me that they even get the leeway that they do. You know, I was told that in Charlotte, the number then grew to 30,000 students that didn't show up to school. The Democrats want to claim that they're all for the well-being of these illegal aliens and all this. Well, it's their fear-mongering that are calling these kids not to go to school, because I talked to Border Patrol agents. They said they are doing everything they can not to go into schools. If there was a dangerous felon and that's the only place they could get them, then they may. But they then they try not to take that person down in a school, Ben.
Yeah, and look, I ride with ICE all over the country, and you wouldn't believe, I mean, the conversations we have in the cars, even to avoid driving past schools. This is even getting to the places. So what's having to go into the mindset of ICE officers and Border Patrol officers as they're going after the worst of the worst. I mean, some of these guys are terrorists. They're literal terrorists, but many of them have rap sheets you can't even imagine. They're child rapists, they're murderers, they're all the entire gamut. And beyond that, they're here illegally. So I don't even care if you have any charges. They all need to be picked up at this point. They all need to go home. But ICE does everything they possibly can to avoid schools, to avoid even driving past them on their way to where they're going. So anyone who's saying that they're intentionally going after schools, the only time, as you mentioned, the only time they end up at a school is if an illegal alien is using it, trying to hide, or using it to harbor, or a school's trying to harbor an illegal alien.
But what if you're harboring 20,000 illegal alien kids?
That's the only time they show up there, but they avoid them as much as they can.
Let me also play you a clip of, in many respects, I think it's the delusion of people in blue cities that don't understand what is at stake. This is a business owner complaining about the ICE roundups. Roll that clip.
We have shut down. We are an ice cream shop that 80%, 90% of our customers are Latino. As of right now, I cannot take the risk to bring my employees to be profiled because they...
I'm sorry, what? Are your employees legal or illegal?
A lot of them speak Spanish. They look like me. I look like the profile that they're looking for.
First off, it's November, maybe...
And by the way... Ukrainian illegal aliens are just as not welcome in America. You're aware of that. Everybody that looks like whatever is equally not welcome to sneak in and stay.
Nobody's getting ice cream because it's November. But the other side of that is the only reason you wouldn't have to have employees come to work is if they too are illegal. And then that means the business owner broke the law as well, if that's the case, Ben.
That's right. This is so important. Until we start arresting the owners of these businesses who are hiring illegals, who are basically providing slave wages for them, who have taken advantage of the system. And this isn't just Democrats, Republicans. This is what why President Trump was such a breath of fresh air. He actually went up against the chambers of commerce who wanted the cheap illegal alien workforce, basically slave labor. And that's exactly what you're seeing now. All of these businesses shutting down is basically, I saw a sheriff come out and say, if you're shutting down now because ICE is coming through your community, it looks like you're guilty. And that's exactly what it does. If you're shutting down, it's because we know you've got illegal aliens there. You can play the victim card. Oh, we might look like. Everybody knows, unless you're an idiot, only illegal aliens are being deported. American citizens aren't being deported. If you're here legally, you're not getting deported. So if you're shutting down, it's because you know you got illegals working there.
I'm still waiting for that one American citizen to be deported, and I'm yet to find one. And yet that's...
Oh, I hear about it all the time. People that I like some of the libertarian perspectives, but man, this whole anti-ICE, pro-illegal alien invasion, for the life of me, I don't understand the mentality behind it.
That's all they scream and yell about. Ben Bergquam, as always, at Ben Bergquam on X. Thank you, buddy, as always.
God bless you, brother.
All right. It's a report from Charlotte, Ben Bergquam. Here's one on Newsmax. Radical Islam is not congruent with American culture or the Constitution. Here, Ron Finnerty has thoughts.
Radical Islam is not congruent with American culture. But maybe more importantly, it's not compatible with the Constitution. That's not our opinion. That's a fact. The Wall Street Journal even wrote about this, giving examples of Muslim radicals in Dearborn, Michigan, celebrating terrorism and terrorists. They just held a memorial service for a Hezbollah terrorist in one of their new mosques. They even honored several people on the terror watch list. None of this is normal, but the media and the left in this country continue to look the other way like it's not happening right in front of us every day, all the time. These people are openly chanting death to America in our streets in broad daylight, and we're supposed to be polite and pretend that it's not happening. We're not going to do that, because that's how you take over a country without firing a single shot. And it always starts small. Win a few local elections, build a few more mosques, but people are noticing what the media continue to ignore.
Information. Agree or disagree on that? Shiloh Mark says, Gavin, when you cheat, try to make it less obvious. What does this say? Kamala won by 3.1 million. California removed 3.1 million. Prop 50 won by 3.1 million. Oh, it's like the same margin of victory, they're saying. Los Angeles County is being sued for failing to provide voter registration records of ineligible voters who participated in federal elections despite meeting federal requirements for removal. Oh. Shiloh Mark says the housing crash of 2008 was a bubble. The election crash is coming in 2026. How the radical left has been rigging elections is a bubble, and the bottom is about to fall out. They called Michael Blurry a conspiracy theorist and a nut, too. Oh, yeah, by the way. G to my head. For countervailing, I have to read this because of YouTube. For countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and visit cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views. They'll tell you 2020 was the only free and fair election in the history of elections, or the most free and fair election, and accurate and definitely precise. How do you lock into knowing what everything is? Yeah, you just throw everything to the wind, and then that gives you accuracy, apparently. Okay? There, go get your countervailing views. They have an agenda to push. Scott Pressler, who I interviewed in Milwaukee, check out the video on Rumble and YouTube. The Persistence says the Los Angeles Voter Registrar Recorder even admits on its website that non-citizens, illegal aliens, are registered to vote. Why is this not a bigger story? LA County Registrar Recorder, County Clerk, request voter registration cancellation. It says reason. Well, this is a cancellation notice. Reason, non-citizen or out of country. So if they have a form that a non-citizen can opt out, that kind of gives you the inverse. It's like playing Sudoku. Well, if it's not this, then it can't be that. If it is this, then it can't be that. And if that's not this, then this can't be that. Am I making sense? It's a bit of a double negative. President Trump shared this. Governor Newsom decided to close the Barstow Veterans Home with an annual budget of $22 million, and then decided to spend $150 million for cash disbursements to illegal aliens right before Memorial Day, and that it's one of the single most disgusting acts ever made by a sitting politician. I don't know if that's true, but if that's true, and President Trump did share that out, that is atrocious. Attorney Michael Gates says headed back to Huntington Beach, California. After 10 months of serving the country with much sacrifice away from the family and enduring very difficult circumstances, he's headed back. Working with Trump. Okay, I don't know the context there. All right. Charlie Kirk in August of 2025, the month before.
I'm going to continue to ask the question, a 20-hour response in a country the size of New Jersey. That begs a big explanation, and more importantly, America is significantly underwriting the Israeli government $4 billion a year. We as American taxpayers deserve answers to this. We deserve answers. Also, if we're going to get into a regional or world war based on an intel failure, so, we pay for this, what are we buying? We pay for this, what are we buying, right? I got smeared as a Jew hater, an anti-Semite, and conspiracy theorist because I said exactly what I just said. And I refuse to back down despite all the smears thrown at me. because I learned during COVID. I learned when they told us that it came from a bat in the Himalayas. I learned when they told us the vaccine was safe and effective. I learned when they told us that ivermectin was horse paste, that you better keep asking questions because it's the only thing that keeps us free. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I am going to continue to ask the question. A 20-hour...
Oh, I feel like he changed what he was going to say there.
I am going to continue to ask...
You know what it almost sounded like he was going to say? Maybe that's me just... I could be hearing something that's not there because I am hearing something that's not there. I'm hearing, I mean, just the hint of a different phrase. And I know from... And I told you about this before. I had an experience covering a show. I don't remember what the topic was that I was covering. And I was going to say something along the lines of like Charlie Kirk stuck his neck out or something, or put his neck out there. And in some ways, I don't know what I'm going to say until I say it. Sometimes, as the Tetris piece is falling, I see the next sentence coming out of my mouth, or I instinctively feel it. And I go, oh, God, no, that's the long, tall piece. You don't put it there. You got to get it over there. I'm like, no. That's going to block all my other. Like, no, that's not what I'm aiming at. Sometimes you see something coming in slow motion. Sometimes it's already out and it's down before you have a chance to react. To me, at the very beginning of this, I get the sense that what he was going to say is that, and I'm going to die on this hill. And I think he said, no, I don't want to put, that he pulled back. Like, I don't want to put out into the universe that I'm going to die because of this. Tell me if you think you hear him saying, and I'm going to die on this hill. And he very quickly changed gears. I might not be hearing it properly, but here it is again.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
Right there. Again.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
I think a sentence almost escaped his lips and he grabbed it and brought it back. Is that Brian Regan? It's like, oh, I was at a dinner party and then people were talking about the hoity-toity. I go, I like art. And you go, and it's him reaching, trying to grab the sentence. And no, give me that back. I like art. And maybe it's how his mouth is moving. Like I can see where he's going with it. I'm going to play it again. I want to get your thoughts. Agree or disagree? It sounded like Charlie Kirk was going to say, and I'm going to die on this hill. And he didn't even want to put that out there in the universe. What do you think? I'm going to play it a couple more times and watch his mouth and tell me if you thought that maybe he was going to go there.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
I could be wrong, but that's what I'm hearing.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
Because he goes, doot, doot, doot. And I think the dirt turned to two.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
Going to I thought I heard the beginning of a D. I'm going to
I am going to continue to ask the question.
I heard what I heard. Anyway, let's.
I am going to continue to ask the question. A 20-hour response in a country the size of New Jersey. That begs a big...
So what do you think? Do you think he was going to say, and I'm going to die on that? Because I heard a D start to come out, and he very quickly morphed.
I am going to continue to ask the question. A 20-hour response in a country the size of New Jersey. That begs a big explanation. And more importantly, America is significantly underwriting the Israeli government $4 billion a year. We as American taxpayers deserve answers to this.
Yeah, I heard a D. I heard the start to a D.
We deserve answers. Also, if we're going to get into a regional or...
And by the way, the gate is really heavy on this one. The gate is like, imagine a gate to keep things out or to keep your chickens in. if the microphone isn't picking up on a decibel level above background noise, it doesn't project. So in between words, you'll find different distortions. Maybe that's a decent way to explain that.
World War based on an intel failure. So, I mean, we pay for this. What are we buying? I mean, we pay for this. What are we buying? Right? I got smeared as a Jew hater, an anti-Semite, and conspiracy theorist because I said exactly what I just said. And I refused to back down despite all the smears thrown at me because I learned during COVID. I learned when they told us that it came from a bat in the Himalayas. I learned when they told us the vaccine was safe and effective. I learned when they told us that ivermectin was horse paste, that you better keep asking questions because it's the only thing that keeps us free. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I am going to continue to ask the question.
You know, there's a lot of stories out there that Charlie had premonitions of how this was going to go down. He had premonitions. He knew. Maybe that was the case here, and he just didn't want to speed it up, or he didn't want to feel the weight of it or give it energy. I don't know. Or maybe none of that is true at all. Anyway, like I said, you're not going to take Charlie Kirk off the board with repercussions. And what are the repercussions? Well, the repercussions are that I'm going to see Charlie Kirk. I'm going to play Charlie Kirk. Never used to do that before. I'm doing it now. Because why? I'm choosing the wrench. Goodwill Hunting. My dad would come home drunk and decide to beat me, and he'd give me a choice. He'd say, go out and take a switch off of a tree. Go get me a branch, or what was it? A branch, or my belt, or a wrench. He goes, well, you know, obviously you picked the switch. He goes, no, I picked the wrench. He goes, hold on, you were giving all Robin Williams is like trying to help Matt Damon understand like his abuse growing up, and why would anybody? What's the with this, that, and the other? And he goes, why would you do that? He goes, because F him. That's why. If you're gonna do it, make it hurt. Choosing the wrench, you think that's gonna hurt? Well, okay, all you're doing is amplifying everything he was saying. Whoever took him out. We got an official story on this that anyone believes yet? No. Marion says, yes, agree. Going to D on this hill. David says, it's possible, but it's hard to know for sure. Yeah, and it's just kind of like the way his mouth, and I heard the D. And I'm going to... Sometimes you catch a phrase right before it escapes your mouth, and you call an audible. All right, here's Jimmy Dore on Kirk.
Charlie Kirk's chief of staff is super suspect to the point where it looks like he's in on the assassination. Because he looks like a zombie. So
Does he?
James Lee.
Very odd. He doesn't duck down like everybody else. He doesn't run to Charlie's aid. He literally picks up the phone and turns around.
Does there have to be music behind this? He turns around and starts walking. No music, please.
He does that in under a second. Charlie Kirk, his body hasn't even hit the ground yet. He hasn't even fallen off the chair. And his chief of staff puts the phone to his ear, turns around and starts walking away calmly and slowly like a zombie. He couldn't even see if the bullet hit him, because within a second before his body even falls off the chair, his chief of staff, Mikey McCoy, picks up the phone, turns around and starts literally under a second. It's 800 milliseconds.
Mikey McCoy, and he is right here.
There it is.
Another angle. You can see Charlie below being carried into the SUV, and Mikey is in the distance, looks to be still just on the phone, casually strolling away from the scene of the crime.
That's a guy who just got shot. He doesn't even know what happened to him, because as soon as the shot rang out, he turned around, went on the phone, and started walking away.
Who was he calling? Well, I did some digging, and according to the New York Times, it was one Erica Kirk. Oh, and one last little bit. You'll never believe who was searching for one Mikey McCoy a few months before
Charlie's D in July of 2025. Oh, Jeez, it keeps going back between music and no music.
So from Israel, there was a Google search. Now, we've shown you all the crazy Google searches the day before the assassination. Somebody from D.C. was Googling Tyler James Robinson, the guy who they're trying to pin this on. And we find out in July, that's when they were searching Mikey McCoy. And where was it coming from? Israel. Mikey McCoy's dad, who's a pastor. 4 days after the assassination, he said this. Listen to this. He's talking about his son, Mike McCoy.
My son is 24 years old. Justin's the CFO, chief financial officer, and Mikey's the chief of staff. And I'm watching. The minute Charlie was shot, he called me and said, Dad, Charlie's been shot in the neck.
And as soon as the shot happened, his son got him on the phone. According to the New York Times, Mike McCoy was on the phone with Erica Kirk. It gets even worse. Watch this.
Every pastor and pray. It's okay, son. He has wits about him. He was just correcting. He had blood all over him. And
he had blood all over him. Now, I just showed you the video where he clearly walked away before Charlie Kirk's body even hit the ground.
In a clean white shirt.
In a clean white shirt, turned away and walked away like a zombie. Charlie Kirk's chief of staff is super suspect to the point where it looks like he's in on the assassination and he looks like a zombie. So, James Lee.
Very odd. He doesn't duck down like everybody else. He doesn't run to Charlie's aid. He literally picks up the phone and turns around and starts walking.
And by the way, he does that in under a second. Charlie Kirk, his body hasn't even hit the ground yet. He hasn't even fallen off the chair. And his chief of staff puts the phone to his ear, turns around and starts walking away calmly and slowly like a zombie. He couldn't even see if the bullet hit him.
All right, that's the reset of it. Bring it all to light. Bring it all to light. Smell a rat, though, huh? Sort of stinks to high heaven to me, if you ask me. Breaking, U.S. House voted to ban no cash bail in Washington, D.C. and prevents activist judges from routinely letting violent criminals back on the streets. Finally, no cash bail needs to be banned nationwide. I agree. Here's Matt Taibbi with Jesse Waters.
And we've seen this play out in like a half a dozen times in the last couple of years?
Yeah, Jesse, it's the same moral mania story, and this particular one where all these politicians are demanding access to the evidence that they know is there, but are sure is being covered up or destroyed somehow. It's an almost exact replay of what went on at the tail end of the Mueller investigation in the early 2019, when that started to peter out and there were indications that they were not going to find collusion. Suddenly everyone was saying, well, they're hiding the underlying evidence, or they're hiding some kind of thing, these files from us. But they knew all along that there was nothing there. It's just that it's the same moral crusade, and it's the same assumption ahead of fact that happened in the Russiagate episode.
Matt, I mean, we've seen this play out in like a half a dozen times in the last couple of years?
Yeah, that was the beginning of it. Agreed. Hey, TMZ Sports releases this. Is there audio?
This is the footage from the burglary that occurred at Shedeur Sanders' home in Ohio during his debut versus the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday. Officials told TMZ Sports that
so Shedeur Sanders gets his first playing time and his place is broken into during the game. Now they have video and it's coming out. Yeah, I wonder if it's somebody that knows Shedeur.
$200,000 worth of property was stolen. According to a new press release, 3 suspects entered the home wearing masks and gloves around 6:46 p.m. Suspects then left at 6:58 with, quote, various property belonging to Mr. Sanders. This incident is still under investigation, and people have theorized that the culprits could be someone close to Shedeur. But what do you guys think?
Shedeur Sanders set to make his NFL debut as a starter this Sunday in Las Vegas as the Browns take on the Raiders. I'm excited for it. But yeah, this is just another in a long string of break-ins for athletes. Very dangerous times to be an athlete. They know that you're You're busy during game time, so your house is vulnerable. All right, this is a terrifying piece of information that you need to know about for kids, teens. Sean Ryan here.
For teens.
Epstein was only the beginning.
I had no idea this.
OnlyFans for teens. Oh, why are they playing this music? Can I play this, or am I going to get a... I want...
On either.
So if you're not familiar with OnlyFans...
OF is a website where people sell their body for money to adults. And there's Brand Army. You can join the site as early as 13 years old. They have a policy of how many bikini or revealing photos that you can post. Like one bikini photo, and then it has to be 2 normal photos. Then another photo that's revealing, and then 2 more normal photos. These are the 13-year-old girls or boys. The other part of it is you have to be 18 years old to subscribe to the children's content. Oh my God. There's a house in Florida called the Bop House. Bop is like a slang term that kids are using for a slit or whatever. Slot. A slot or whatever. There's a lot of OnlyFans girls living in there, but one of them was under 18 and they were waiting for her to turn 18 to bring her onto OnlyFans, grooming her. They were on Brand Army before that. They knew exactly what they were doing. It's not a misunderstanding. Parents that are doing it and letting their kids use Brand Army, they're sexualizing them, profiting off of it. They're fully aware of it. Be aware. New York Post with this story. This is kind of funny. Kind of, you know, sometimes the universe. Boku music via Storyful.
When your car breaks down, and you've been trying so hard in life, it's just tough.
We'll be tripping, but I think Justin Bieber just stopped to help me.
So he's having a hard time and he breaks down. His car breaks down. Wearing a big Israel symbol there. Interesting to note. He goes, I might be tripping, but I think Justin Bieber slowed down to help me. He's like, what?
I don't know. Are you Justin Bieber?
Yeah, what's up, bro? Justin.
I love you, bro. Can I hug
love you too. Yes, sir, bro.
My bad, I didn't know you was...
No, it's all good.
I love you, bro. I love you too.
I was already recording.
He's like, I was already recording, sitting there.
Do you really want to know?
Yes, bro.
Okay, so my life is bro.
My life is effed, bro.
Tell me, bro.
I swear, I'm gonna stop recording. Yeah. My life is crazy.
Pulled over to help him after his car broke down. He appeared like a guardian angel beside his stranded car. And Justin prayed with him because he told him he's going through a hard time. Guy's a musician, I guess. Hey. Yeah, you never know when your break is going to show. Just keep praying and be resilient. Don't quit. Yeah. What do you think got me out to Los Angeles? Just believing that there's something. Believing that there's something. Don't know. I've thought that I've had a glimpse of what it is. I thought that I figured it out. Never know. But you don't have this encounter if you don't get out there. So you got to get out there. That's a note to all of us. We're human beings living in this video game world. Let's get out there. Let's live our lives. It's not meant to just be, you know, little, got to go explore. I went out today and on a quest, on a side quest, and met this person. Great conversation. And it was kind of like a redirect. It was kind of like a quick, this person figuring out that I'm into politics and current events. And it was kind of a, are you in politics? Have you ever thought of running for this? And I'm like, yeah. And the conversation went like, oh, well, this person can't do that much because they don't like him over in the Capitol. And I'm like, yeah, well, if you're not taking flack, you're not over the target. I'm like, people hate it. Yeah, welcome to the club. I said, if people don't hate you, you're not saying anything worth saying. So who knows what'll come from that conversation, but that's because you get out in the universe. You play the video game. You explore the world of the video game. Go explore. Literally, go explore. It's not a lot to ask, is it? Anyway. So that's pretty cool. I like that story. All right, now. I'm going to buzz through our X feed and maybe wrap this show up a little bit. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. We will be on this Sunday for the Cleveland Browns football game. Also, check out yesterday's program, Strictly Football, a division of the Unhappy Hour Sports Show here on the New American Media. Myself, Mike Barrett, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson, with a look ahead to the week in football. That's Strictly Football. Yeah, we split our show up. Tuesdays are now looking backward at what happened. Thursdays are looking forward at what's coming up. It's fun. We doubled the show. I know we were trying to condense the show. I think we did the opposite. We doubled the length of the show. I kind of like I like the new format, which is pretty cool. So check out the show, Strictly Football. The podcast form is called the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. But yeah, just a reminder, like, hey, dude, why aren't you getting into politics? Why aren't you? Have you? I'm like, I would, I could, I should. Who do I talk? Like, how do I do it? I don't know how to do it. I would, I will. Bring it. Let's go. I think I could do it. I think I'm kind of quick on my feet. I think I have pretty rational, common sense, helpful ideas. I think I'm a good dude, a smart, resourceful guy that would be a benefit to my community. Be that very local, moderately local, national, I don't care. I'm in. Reminds me of that song that the boys from Columbus, 21 Pilots, have. I'm fairly local. I've been around. I've walked these streets. You're passing down. I'm fairly local. Good people now. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Such a good album. Go back and look at 21 Pilots' Blurry Face and maybe the album before it, the album after it. Oh, good music, good music. Fairly local. But yeah, go explore the world. Okay, here on X. Remember I told you that story of the man who's going to be jailed for 4 years after defending himself? Here's what it looked like. Or here's the report. Is it a report or it's just the video? Let's get this as big as you can see the whole thing. Okay. If you were outside your home and this was happening, how would you handle it?
An early morning smoke for Charles Fainer leading to a...
Oh, an early morning smoke.
An early morning smoke for Charles Fainer leading to a deadly encounter outside his Kew Gardens apartment building. In exclusive surveillance video, you can see the 60...
And if somebody is walking backward and they feel threatened, why would you aggressively continue approaching them unless you deserve what's about to happen? What jury on earth? By the way, how glorious it is that these are two white people. Oh my God, did you just say it's glorious that a white person shot a white person? What I'm saying is, thank God that in this case, we don't have to be sidetracked with the goofy racial bullshit that's constantly foisted upon us. It doesn't matter what you look like. It matters how you act. I wouldn't feel any differently if the victim is the one who's retreating, backpedaling, defending themselves. I wouldn't feel any differently if that person were a woman. I wouldn't feel differently. I don't know their religion. I don't care. It wouldn't matter if this person were Asian. It wouldn't matter if the victim were Latino. It wouldn't matter if the victim were black. I would still defend their right to keep distance between themselves and somebody else that they don't want to get close to them or they have a weird vibe on, because weirdos will emit a weird vibe that we can all read. I would defend their right to self-defense. And by the way, the perpetrator, hey, look at that. I wouldn't feel any different if the aggressor, the criminal, the violent initiator of this interaction were Asian or Latino or black. I wouldn't feel any differently. Oh, and by the way, here's a tip for everybody out there. I don't feel kinship, empathy toward the victim or the aggressor because either of them look like me. I don't care if they look like me. Be it male, be it white. I don't care. I'm just looking at actions. You could put two stick figures up here for all I care. Blur out, gray out the faces. I don't care what they look like. I care about the actions. Sorry, let's let this whole report play out, but I wanted you to see who we're talking about here. I mean, it sort of looks like a mirror image of the same guy. Anyway, here's the report. I vehemently, strongly stand up for our right to self-defense. It's all we got. This is our line in the sand. There is no compromise.
An early morning smoke for Charles Fainer leading to a deadly encounter outside his Kew Gardens apartment building. In exclusive surveillance video, you can see the 65-year-old backing up as he's aggressively approached by Cody Gonzalez. Moments later.
Oh, hold on. Am I not? I'm sorry. I thought I had the whole screen in. No, I don't have the whole screen in view. My bad. I glanced at it. Oh, maybe it was because this wasn't. It's okay. Here. Let's just go full screen so we can all see what we're talking about, what the story is here. Nope, not on me. There we go.
Building an exclusive
who loops like that and lunges and charges toward
surveillance video. You can see the 65-year-old backing up as he's aggressively approached by Cody Gonzalez. Moments later,
this guy's going right at him.
Off camera, police say Fainer pulls his revolver, shooting the 32-year-old multiple times, killing him. And
who's the aggressor? Obviously the one on the left.
Multiple times, killing him. NYPD sources confirm the shooter was not licensed to carry that.
Okay. Our Second Amendment is our license.
NYPD sources confirm the shooter was not licensed to carry that specific gun, but does have a permit for a shotgun and a clean record. He told investigators he believed the would-be robber was holding a sharp object, which turned out to be a pen. Gonzalez was demanding cash and cigarettes and had allegedly just gone on a rampage, smashing doors and glass along 82nd Avenue.
Oh my God. How could anybody side with the bad guy in that case? It's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. But that is bullshit. That's a civil rights violation right there. We need to get that fixed. This story, way too much. Too much for me. Not okay. This is President Trump hosting soccer legend Cristiano Ronaldo at the White House dinner. Leftist celebrities tried to blackmail people like Ronaldo, threatening them with cancellation if they associate with Trump. They failed, and Trump is more popular than ever. I gotta mute the music, I guess, but come on. Now we got Trump playing soccer memes. Trump playing soccer AI. Trump, I don't know that I've ever seen Trump run. Trump running in a full suit. He's the type of dude that feels like he was born in a full suit. Gotta mute this. There you go. AI, Trump Trump kicking around the soccer ball with Ronaldo. This is the wholesome content I didn't know I needed. Please be advised that this is not real. Two goats together in the Oval Office, Ronaldo and Trump. Ronaldo looks ecstatic to be at the Trump White House, but when Biden invited soccer legend Lionel Messi, Messi declined. Oh, Ronaldo's pretty tall, isn't he? He's taller than him in this picture. He's a little ahead of him here. Interesting. Bo Loudon tells this story. I'd never heard this because I don't pay attention to soccer, but listen here, an interesting sidebar.
One thing that amazed me is that she says in the film, and you're there, that you were an unwanted child. She didn't want to keep you.
Mm-hmm.
Now that must be a shocking thing. The first time you hear that, that must be...
No. Normal.
But for you to hear that, I know it happens a lot.
Don't
but
change nothing in my mind. Nothing.
One thing.
He was going to be aborted by his mother, but God stepped in, saving his life. His mother went on to work 7 days a week as a cleaner to buy his first shoes. Today, President Trump called Cristiano the GOAT of soccer. Hallelujah. Here's President Trump with that.
This room is loaded up with the biggest leaders in the world, business, sports. You know, my son is a big fan of Ronaldo, wherever Ronaldo is here. Ronaldo. And Barron got to meet him, and I think he respects his father a little bit more now, just the fact that I introduced you. So I just want to thank you both for being here. Thank you very much. Really an honor. This room is loaded up with the big...
Barron respects his father a little bit more now. Is this Barron Trump playing soccer? All right, keep it moving. Yeah, that Charles Foner, charged with 26 counts of illegal weapon possession. You're just supposed to get K'd. That's insane. Come on, that is so stupid. We have a Second Amendment. Detectives recovered pistols, shotguns, rifles, assault rifles. There's no such thing as an assault rifle. AK-47, 153 loaded high-capacity magazines, and 2 body armor vests from his apartment. He had several different things. What does that mean? That doesn't mean a single thing to me. Did he ever do something to anybody innocent? That's the standard you follow. Anyway. Yeah, I know. I've been fiddling with Grok to change the New American Media logo. Got to get like a thumbnail size dimensions, like the rectangle, the horizontal rectangle. And Grok, the more you work with it, the more blurry and weird it gets. But yeah, I should switch it. All right, did Mamdani meet with President Trump yet? I know he's supposed to, but here's a tale of 2 Mamdanis before the election.
My administration would be Donald Trump's worst nightmare.
Whoa!
I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all meetings that could make our city affordable for every single New Yorker. I intend to make it clear to President Trump that I will work with him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers.
Oh, right, everybody. What's up, Burr? God pushed his sermon on your YouTube for a reason. What's up? Chino Hills. That's Los Angeles, right? I'm no longer in Los Angeles. But I do want to let you know that this is going to wrap up the show today because this was the rebroadcast of yesterday. We did a special show today. We don't normally do Saturday, but I did 2 hours and then 3 hours of the replay from yesterday. Hit like, hit subscribe. We got Rumble Rants and Super Chats if anyone wants to throw something in the tip jar, as well as Patreon. What else? Patreon. You can subscribe. You can on YouTube and Rumble as well. Venmo and Cash App is my name, Brian Engelman. It's all at the bottom of the screen scrolling. You can pause it and go back to it. Or on PayPal, fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. I'm going to broadcast the game tomorrow, or at least we're going to do a live stream of Shedeur Sanders' first start in the NFL against the Las Vegas Raiders. Browns-Raiders at 4 o'clock. We'll probably go live around 3:30 or so. So stay tuned tomorrow. And then we have a special episode of Strictly Football because of the Turkey Week next week. It is going to be... let's see. It's going to be at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, 4 p.m. Eastern, Strictly Football. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. That's Strictly Football. So, I want to thank all of you for jumping in, hanging out. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with a friend. Tell somebody that we exist. Try to follow us on a different platform. We're on all sorts of different platforms. Just search The New American Media wherever you find your social media shizzle. So on that note, I want to thank you for being here, and I'll be back tomorrow. Until next time, I appreciate you. I love you, and we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.